We are live. And we're playing Satisfactory today. How's it going, guys? Is the music still maybe a little loud? Here, there's an adjustment. How's this? Yeah. My ears are still a little clogged, so it's throwing off my ability to self-regulate my sound. Happy console release. Yes. Today was the console. You hear music? Good. Hopefully it's not too loud. I'm questioning when it got to 12. When did what get to 12? Lancer, I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry, man. You're sad about the ending of the game? Well, we will figure that out when we get there. We are going to progress the game quite a bit this week. I'm doing some extra Satisfactory because of the console release. So if you are watching the VOD or if you're watching live because you got the game, you freshly got the game on console, welcome to the community. We've been waiting for you. Or another way of showing our appreciation. Where is the... we don't need that. Where is the one I want? This one here. Welcome. If you're here from the console, welcome. We've been waiting for you. We're gonna need this today. And let's get the old save file loading. So we're gonna hit 1,000 hours this week. Not tonight, but probably tomorrow night. We'll probably hit. We need 10 hours and 20 minutes. So we'll probably do about 5 tonight and about 5 tomorrow night. So sometime tomorrow night we will hit 1,000 hours in this save. That's a lot of tabs, bro. I got all these. To be fair, a lot of these need to go. A lot of this is crafting for Ashes of Creation, which I'm not playing very heavily right now. So a lot of that can go. And then I have all of these. And then I've got all of these. And then I've got all of those. And they all have a separate purpose, a different aspect of my life that I need. This set is for the live streaming. The autosave's starting to stutter a bit. Let me catch up fully on chat. I was kind of just spot checking Not missing anything. Welcome, Lena and Ray's here, of course. Oh, you looked away from the time for a second, and then all of a sudden it was midnight. Yeah, I there's nothing I can do about that for you. Okie Sooner's here as well. Last few days have been kind of rough. I'm feeling tonight. Glad there's a stream, so I'm here. Nice. Sergeant Lego Town, first time chatter on Twitch. Welcome. And then Cubewave hit a 7 stream streak. I'm not gonna talk about your spoilery thing there, Cubewave. It's not too spoily. Sadly, this is one desktop, I'm sure. What is the RAM usage of that, I wonder? I'm actually noticing that my save set are 2. Yeah, I mean, what is the RAM here? The RAM usage. With the game running and all the tabs, looks like I'm using 44 out of 126 gigabytes. 43. So there you go. With the game running. There's the GPU. And don't forget, I've offloaded the video encoding to another computer, so it's not doing, this main computer isn't doing any of the video encoding or decoding or anything, just the stuff. Now, obviously, if we move around, in our beautiful cyberpunk world that we are slowly but surely getting there on, memory's not changing really all that much, still at 43% usage, sorry, 35%, 44 gigabytes. The GPU is also kind of just fluctuating, so, you know, all good. So there's my RAM usage. All right, so let's see what we are doing today and where we left off. I'm always, I was given the note, and I think that it's true, that it takes me like 30 minutes to really like get into the stream, and that I'm kind of like, I don't know, I'm not as good right when I start. And I think it's because I'm kind of distracted with like the rest of my life, or like whatever I was doing before I started streaming, you know, and it kind of takes me a while to get fully like baked into kind of what we're doing. And then once I am my normal self and kind of settle in, you know, I think I do a lot better. Okay, so we're gonna have a lot of new viewers tonight. At least that's my hope. The game came out for console, and I'm gonna ask this throughout the night. I apologize if you're watching this on a VOD or live, right? Either way, you're probably going to get, probably gonna hear a lot of the same stuff. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of the same kind of questions that newer people ask. I'm going to answer them because everybody deserves a good answer to their question, right? Just because I answered the same question yesterday or 100 times before, you know, doesn't mean that, you know, people don't deserve it. So an answer to it for them. So I'm probably going to be doing a lot of the same kind of stuff that I usually do. And it's probably going to be that way all week. As you know, kind of a new flock of players. At least I hope so. I hope some new players are joining because of the console release. So, you know, so we may see some of that. And then there also might be some little mini tours because, you know, nothing full. I'll probably try to, you know, only go out to the desert once tonight. You know, but if I get a big raid, which is possible, right, there should just be more viewers tonight around, and so we may kind of retread some ground a little bit here and there as we as we play. So just keep that in mind. You know, if I'm gonna get a little repetitive, I apologize in advance, but I'm going to try to answer those kinds of questions. So other than that, I think we can get started. I do need to kind of remember what we were doing. I remember the basic. No cursing. I'll try not to. I remember the basics, and I think where we finished off. Yes, we finished the vast majority, if not all, of Purple 1's hookups, except for the particle accelerators. We're going to do those last because that is all 4 towers at once. Okay, but the things that are related to just the purple towers, that's what we're trying to get under control. Okay, and that is these guys right here, right? Or this is an example of that. Okay, and that is how these bus lines, these are vertical bus lines, how they interconnect with each other. And as an example, you know, we have here, so we have aluminum casing needed at the front of this bus line, and then a different kind of line of aluminum casing needed here. Okay, and that's because the different kinds of aluminum casing are needed for the different areas of the stack. Okay, well, where does that aluminum casing come from? Okay, well, it comes from the output of this stack. This stack makes aluminum casing. Okay, and so, you know, some of it goes here, some of it goes there, and that's how we get it where we need it to be, is belting it from the end of one bus to the beginning of the other. And there's just a lot of that. Okay, and then these are coming from the other purple building, which we are going to be hooking up today. And so they come in, and then they drop in. This one drops in. This is stators. Both this stack and this stack needs stators, and so it's just a lot of that over and over again. Now there are some of those types of things happening up here as well. It doesn't only happen at the bottom of the stacks. It happens in the middle and the top as well. Things are being shared between stacks. Okay, so a lot of that is in and complete for Purple 1. And again, we're in Purple 1. You guys are talking about pizza. I didn't do like a full fast today, but I had a very light, very low calorie day. I think I had a bowl of oatmeal and a bowl of cottage cheese, and that was it. So certainly didn't have pizza. But no, you guys keep talking about food. I'm doing well. So Tuesday, Wednesday are usually the days when I either fast or semi-fast. So yeah, you are going to have to, you are very important. Let's not delete you. You're going to be dealt with when we handle all of this stuff up here. That's what we're going to do last. This is the particle accelerator line, and if we go to right, this particle accelerator line right here, getting all the copper powder where it needs to go, and the pressure conversion cubes where it needs to go for all of the particle accelerators. Because if you don't remember, we have particle accelerators on the top of all 4 towers. Okay, and so all of these particle accelerators need the, you know, and it's not a lot of pressure conversion cubes per minute, it's less than a half. Okay, but they all need these 10 per minute pressure conversion cubes coming out of here. Right, so we've got to get this line in and out of every single one of these. Okay, in every single, there's 6 on each tower, right? And that means it's got to go through the sky bridges. Does that make sense? All right, so you guys are talking about pizzas. I also like white sauce on my pizza because usually red sauce pizza, the acidity gives me pretty bad heartburn. Now, not always the case anymore. I'm a lot better than I used to be. There's 6. There's not 6 or 7. It's 6. And I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Yeah, you should be sorry. So that's the last thing we're gonna do is those particle accelerator connections. Before maybe we can get to that tomorrow. More likely that's gonna be Friday. This week we're gonna do Satisfactory 4 streams in a row. It'll actually be 5 if you count Saturday. Tonight, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday. Okay. Friday we may do something a little extra. I've got a idea for a series that I may try, and Friday will be the first one. I have been given a save file from a viewer, and I'm going to load it live, and we're going to try to debug it and fix it. I have the hiccups. I'm going to rick into your ear, apparently. In the middle of my sentences, burp and hiccup. So we're going to probably do that the first half of Friday, kind of go through that, but that won't be 8 hours, right? So we should be able to still work this save a little bit on Friday. But we're going to be doing a lot of Satisfactory this week, a lot. Okay, we need something else. We need our cheat sheet. Yeah, you like the debug idea? Yeah, and if it goes well, and if we like it, we'll continue to do it more often. Oh crap! I don't know why it does this. I hate this. All right, give me a second. This is so irritating. It hides behind my other screen. This happened last time. I just need a second. And it means I've got to freaking stand up and change my monitor settings, go and get it, change it back. Okay. Need you, Paint. I need you, Paint. You're my only hope. Where's all the work we did? Are you telling me I didn't save that? I may rage a little bit here. I swear to you, I saved that. It's not the tower plan. Okay, it's here. All right. All right, so here's our checklist. All right. This should have everything. I think I remembered to save it when we were done. But we're trying to check off these connections. Did I fit into this build fix anywhere? Did I fit into this build fix anywhere? I'm not sure what you're asking. All right, so we need to start checking off the things that we have already connected in the other tower. Okay. So this tower is feeding in all of these items, and it's feeding out all these items up here. Now, the only thing that this is feeding out up here, I should have marked them, is the pressure conversion cubes. All right, let's grab a copy paste here. So I think the only thing I wrote this down to pressure conversion cubes. Yeah, I think that's actually the only thing feeding out. We might be doing... Who is getting... Let's see, this guy's getting the plastic. He's getting his own rubber. So, yeah, I think this may be it. We have all of those items coming in and very, very few coming out here. No, not setting copied. I have the right thing on. This is what I'm talking about. It takes me a while to get like warmed up and my fingers to like remember what game I'm playing. Pretty sure we're doing just this and it's the copy. It's the paste. Okay. Hello from check. Hello. Welcome. We're just getting started on tonight's stream. Yeah, CubeWave, your application thinks it's on your TV because you had hooked it up like that, but it's not currently connected, so it's stuck in virtual space. I mean, that's what I feel like this is for sure. Yeah, that's why I just need to stick with Satisfactory. Yeah, I bet you'd like that. All right, so now we're in the teal tower. Okay, and these inputs, right? Now, this comes from up there, but everything else comes from the next tower, the purple tower. Okay, because it goes teal, purple, teal, purple. Yeah, stop that, Dan's nut. I don't know why you guys keep trying to get me to say 6, 7. They're just two numbers. That's all it is and nothing more. nothing more. Yeah, this is not my favorite thing. This, let's see if we can do something really easy. I don't want to get bogged down on this. That worked though, didn't it? All right, so all I'm doing is placing a pillar, deleting the thing, and then replacing the thing on the bottom of the pillar exactly where it was when I deleted it. And what it does is it brings it up slightly, enough to help the Z fighting. Okay. Question is kind of which ones should I be doing? And it works the same for foundations as I'm using it right here for catwalks. I have to do it again for this one because I think it's like one layer of pixels higher than it was before. So this one I have to bring up 2 layers. There we go. So anyway, that's good enough for now. I'll continue to mess with this later. At least this isn't like as distracting as it was. Sometimes I let Z fighting go, but if it's at a part that we're gonna see a lot, and I know it's gonna irritate me, then gets an adjustment. There we go. No Z fighting. Nice and pretty, except for right there, but I don't know what I'm going to do with that corner yet. Anyway, this is the teal factory where most of this stuff just passes through. Okay, this is going to go up because it's the pressure conversions that we sent at the beginning of the other factory going all, the other tower going all the way around. So yeah, he will warn you that a lot of your structures have Z fighting. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. It's a weird meme. You got a 6-year-old, prefer that than the other numbers in the 60s. My teenager hates it as much as any of you guys. Minikin is not a fan. Yeah, back in my day, we didn't have 6-7, we had 69. Yeah, pimp my factory. Well, pimp my factory implies that I actually have to do like cool looking things to it, which would be interesting, but not the same as debug. I think I want to call it fix my factory. Yeah, we send you a working factory and you make it epic. That sounds like a lot more work. I don't know if I want that much more work. Yeah, pimp my factory is peak. Yeah. Now you guys, now you've said it. Right now it exists in the world. Okay, so this is our main focus for today. This tower. Okay, and we need to hook in all of these, right? Because they go to the other tower. And then everybody needs connections with each other. And the other main thing that we're trying to get together, Jay Archer. Well, no, don't make an unhappy face, because you've said it, and now I've spoken into existence. Question: with the mega builds, how to save the FPS from dropping down to single digits in vanilla and modded? I have an answer for you. You may not like the answer. Spend money and get a better PC. I mean, at a certain point, I mean, look, the game is so much more optimized than it ever has been before. So it is possible to do way, way more with way, way less. You know, way in a way that we have not been able to do, right? And so, but the sad reality is, now there's some things you can do. You can limit signs, okay? Don't build a ton of signs. Signs pull the most resources, especially when you do stupid things like make an entire building out of signs like I did. Now you can build a massive structure, okay? But like, this building right here is all signs. Now, there's some other little tricks that you can do, but I mean, it's kind of a drop in the ocean. I have made some changes that help. You'll notice that none of these lights have the really hard, you can kind of see, can you see the blue tint on the road? It's really, can you even see it on the rendered? You can, right? Are you tracking this line right here? But do you see how faint it is? You may notice in your saves, that is a bigger difference, that light beam. Well, that light beam actually has with it a lot of FPS drop, and you can reduce it to the amount that I have, and that helps, okay? There's other things, so that's a little thing. Now, if you have a ton of streetlights like me, maybe it's more than a little thing, but I mean, the reason that mine looks good is because I have a water-cooled 5090 and a 9950X3D CPU, and way more RAM than I will ever use. That's why, even with this massive build, it's relatively high FPS. I still stutter when I look at this, though. Now, if I'm not looking at that, it's way better, right? This is much smoother. But as soon as I look at the tower made out of signs, everything starts to chug a little bit. So there's some things that you can do, but I mean, you need hardware to run a lot of software, unfortunately. So that's what I would say. There's a handful of things that you can do to make it better, but in general, you know, the game's going to run better on better hardware. What's the FPS for me? What's the console for that? Stat FPS. I mean, inside this factory, we're running at 60. Now I'm capped at 85. I've capped this at 85. Okay, we dropped there when I looked at everything. It's the signs. We dropped to 20 for a second. We're back up to 40 or 50 looking at this. Okay, we're at 70 when I'm looking at a wall. If I go outside, okay, 40, 40, 40, and I look over here, down to 20, 20, 30, right in here. Now, once it's loaded, it's not too bad. It went back up to 50, but then looking at here at all the signs, right, starts to drop a little bit. when I zoom when I pan my camera fast. What's the command to get rid of the light rays? Here, let's look up. I'll show you guys my commands here. I'm running 5 commands in my config file, my engine file. Well, I'm actually running 6. I'm running one to increase the object settings, these right here. So I will never have a crash when I get past the object limit. I've pre-raised the object limit, so I actually don't even know if I'm past it. Cube Wave, you get 15 to 20 on my save. Yeah. It only drops to 20 when it's doing an initial load of a shit ton of signs. Otherwise, like I think I was showing, 50 to 70 is pretty standard. Right here, this is the one to answer your question. This is the command. I'll post this in. Actually, I'll post all of these, all 5 of these. I'm gonna go through what each one of these does. I'll post all 5 of these in both YouTube and Twitch chat, so you guys can pull what you want. Twitch thinks it's a link. But yeah, you're way past the standard object limit. Do you know that for a fact? Cube Wave, when you loaded my save, was I past the object limit? Yeah, the longer you have it open, the more it starts rendering everything. Yes, the game does get smoother for me the longer that I have it open. Killer and Cube Wave, did you have to increase the object limit on your engine file in order to open my save when you opened it more recently? Because I can't remember if we are officially past the object limit. But this one right here, pool.light.lightshaft.count equals 0. This is the one that removes the light shafts. Foliage.law distance scale 10. This changes the law distance for foliage. The reason that I have this is not because of bushes. It's because window panes count as foliage in this game. And so this makes it so that when I look at glass that's far away, you have an older save at 800 hours. Yeah, but okay, well, the older save at 800 hours, what did that require the object limit increase? So do you see how we can kind of see through those? They're not, and we can see through these windows. Probably in your save, the windows get covered over with like an opaque sheen. Okay, that is the far law distance model for glass, and glass is foliage. And so because I've increased the distance in which it uses the high res model, then we can see through the glass much further. And then, okay, so the 800 hour save did not have it was not past the object limit. I might be past the object limit now, but I wasn't at 800 hours. So I don't think I'm way past it. I might be just past it. So that's what this one does, is the foliage. This one, what does this one do? Oh, this one is a general law distance. So like the one that really stands out for me on this one is the curvature of tracks. So if you're finding that when you get farther away from train tracks, they look really blocky and kind of gross, that is because the game is loading a worse version of the model at a farther distance for you for the train tracks. This makes all those nicer models stay nicer for a longer distance. And I have these so that it looks nicer for you guys and that it looks nicer when I take a screenshot. Right? It's just the game looks nicer at a farther distance. This grass cull distance scale, this makes it so that when you're running through like the grassy knolls, I pretty much did this for the start the start area, when you're running through the grassy knolls, that grass doesn't load up in kind of like a big circle around you. It just makes it load farther away so that it doesn't pop up in your field of vision as much. And then this last one here, this one has to do with Lumen and how bouncy the light is with Lumen. Okay. And so that is like, you see this extra bounce that's happening. Like, this is not a shiny one. This is a regular one. I guess it was a shiny one. This extra bouncing that's happening is because of that. I've turned up how much Lumen bounces light, right? And so that makes it it's heavier in terms of its the drawn resources, but it makes everything look better. And so I have so really this pool light shaft is the only one that decreases resources for me. These other 4 increases resources so that it looks nicer. So there you go. You passed with just your first turbo fuel factory. You have to remember that everything got when was that? Was that the 1.0? Every many weeknight, and I'm old, looking forward to the week of Satisfactory. All right, Archer. Yeah. So when 1.0 hit, they changed how objects are counted. And so make sure that if you're comparing your save to mine, it's apples to apples, and post 1.0. Anything update 8 related counted objects much differently than they count now. It's one of the reasons that the game is a lot more efficient. Okay. So I don't think with this one we need a cross lane like we do in the other one. I think we're just going to come out and then come down. Probably all the way down, actually. But hopefully that answered your question, and let me know if you have any more. Here he comes. Okay. And then I'm going to move the labels down underneath as well, so I don't have to fly up to view them over and over again. What am I producing here? This is the Phase 4 space elevator parts. And these are all components needed. I am transferring items between these 4 buildings. You can see the sky bridges there. Some of the machines of this factory are split between these 4 buildings. And so we're doing the logistical connections between them all right now. All the machines are in. We just have to connect the belts and send, you know, stators from where they're being made to where they're being used. You know, the stators are being made in this line, but they're being used in that building. Hey, how's it going? Okay, so stators. Here, let's snap a copy paste here so that I don't have to remember. Let's load it into my photo app real quick. This is dope. Thank you. You should see the rest of the Cyberpunk city. This is just one factory. If you hang around long enough, I will probably end up doing at least a little mini tour. But I am trying to get a couple of things done. Just got back from the factory right to Satisfactory. Oh, your job. Sorry, it took me a second. Nice. Well, you know. All right, these are ACUs. This is heavy modular. This is circuit boards. This is pipe. And plastic. Okay. Okay. We have a lot of labeling to do, guys. A lot. This is going to bother me if I don't do it, so I'm just going to do it. We have labeling as well as connections and then checking things off. All right, we are taking order, enforcing order on chaos. All right, and as much planning and labeling as I have done with all of this is all related to this parts factory, all these blueprints, keeping track, how much are we making, where's it going, this is the buildings that it's going to be in, right? I mean, all of these notes, all of this stuff, right? All that we've done, and really the planning is here. This is the factory in flowchart form. Okay, we still have to label and track stuff and connect stuff in game. Okay, so I think the first thing that we need to do is we need to go through and we need to check off what has already been connected. Okay, because there are some things that have been connected up here. I did start this up here, and then we got distracted. We had to go to the other building, and then we finished off that building, and now we're finally coming back like weeks later to connect these. So we have to find how we connected. CubeWave, I just wanted to say that since I started watching you, I have tried harder to build factories that look better than what I made before. They look way better, and I wanted to thank you for the inspiration. Well, you're welcome. as long as you're making those factories look better for you, right? If you're enjoying them more because you are seeing things that make you happier, or that, you know, as they say, is more satisfactory to you, then that's good. And I'm happy for you. That's the way it should be. Okay. Iron ore or copper ore. Iron ore. It's labeled. This one has to be iron ore. Nope. Okay, so the iron ore, this is feeding, what's column B here? Concrete. We're in purple 2, so concrete. That's right. Seem like concrete. No, this is the steel pipe. This is the steel pipe. Okay? Concrete's on top of it. Steel pipe is on the bottom and then concrete's on top. In fact, let's just change this now. There. That's how it is. So this is the steel pipe. Okay? So we have the iron hooked into that. And then what I want to do is get these top belts marked down on our checklist so I know what's done. And then we can start kind of going backwards from there. Okay, and then what is this setup? We're making versatile frameworks here. Iron plates to the versatile frameworks. Okay, so if we go here, iron ore to the iron ingots for the solid steel. Okay, we got this one. Okay. And then more of the iron plate. Okay, remember we marked 30 here. We're making more iron plate. How much? Just 10 more? Okay. So 10. Okay, so it's kind of like a check mark, but only checking off 10 of this 140 iron plate. Because not all of the 140 iron plate is done with one connection. Okay. What about this? Okay, this is concrete. Okay, this is concrete coming down. Okay, concrete to make the steel beams. Where's the concrete to make the steel beams? Right here, concrete to make the molded beams. Boom. Now the steel beams need to make the flexible framework. Should we just try to do that one? Where's that? The steel beams. Yes, makes the flexible framework. That one's in because it's within. Ooh, look at you. We got some bonuses there. So the steel beams and the modular frames and the rubber. Well, let's do the steel beams first. We'll do it one at a time. Okay, so the steel beams are going into the flexible framework. Check mark. Okay, we're going through and we're just checking them off because I can't hold it all in my head, right? Slow, steady, check this off, make sure that we haven't missed anything. And we will still miss stuff. As careful as we are, we will make mistakes. Okay, but we're gonna do everything we can to minimize it. Okay, let's continue this. Where are these other inputs coming from? Modular frames. Yep, done and connected. And then leftover rubber from making this. And this goes down. And I know that that one's marked down there. So we can check off the rubber and the modular frames. Okay, here's the rubber and the modular frames. Boom, boom. But only the modular frames going to the flexible framework, not the modular frames going this way. Okay, we'll check off that one when we get to this one. Have you used Satisfactory Modeler? I have used it. I find that it does not do as many things as it doesn't have as many features and can complete as many tasks that I need as fast as I need than Tools plus Excel. In my mind, and I've said this a ton of times, this won't be the first time I answer this tonight either. Modeler is not for planning. Satisfactory Modeler is for, drumroll, modeling, not for planning. Modeler is very good when you already know what you want to make. It's good for modeling. It's in the name. Satisfactory Tools, I think, is a much better planner. And if you don't believe me, I will demonstrate it. As I have done before. It doesn't mean that Modeler is not a good tool. I think it is a good tool. It's just a tool that is not a tool that I need. Now, if I was a good streamer, I would take this and I would spend time putting this into Modeler so it was nice and pretty. So we didn't have this crap. But as we all know, I'm not a good streamer. I just have different things that I'm worried about. So Modeler doesn't really fix those things for me. It doesn't provide anything that I need. Okay. But I know that's why you're asking, because this is a mess. But this is a checklist throwaway. Okay, to me, that I grabbed this, I threw it in a JPEG and into Paint so that I could check this off in a couple of days worth of work. I didn't want to spend an hour or 2 hours putting all this into Modeler. It doesn't seem useful for me. But I could have, and it definitely would look prettier. But that's okay. Okay, let's keep going here. Where does the flexible frameworks go? Are they going to the magnetic field generator? Let us see. They are. And then what is this other thing that's coming in? The electromagnetic control rods. Okay. So now, and I remember because we marked it. So the magnetic field generator, we have gotten it down to the bottom of the bus line, and it's labeled. The versatile framework is hooked in to there. The electromagnetic control rods are hooked into there. And so now let's make sure that the AI limiters and the rotor, no, not the rotors. Yeah, the stators are hooked into our electromagnetic control rods. Stators, AI limiters, where are you guys coming from? So we're making the AI limiters here. They're done. And then the connections for the AI limiters is done. And then the stators, we're making stators on site for you guys. And the hookups, the quick wire for the stators. And then what are you? More steel pipe. Yep. Okay. Okay, the AI limiter, no, not there. The AI limiters are getting hooked in, and the requisite quick wire. Now I know that this check is actually checking off all of the AI limiters, but we had already checked off these AI limiters before because they're in the other tower. So at this point we can check off all the quick wire. And then these stators here, they're checked off. And the steel pipe feeding those stators, at least that chunk of stators, are checked off. We'll have to make sure that the rest of the stators are checked. Okay. So this is actually like a small amount of steel pipe here. I'm just going to how much is it? It's not that amount. $16 times 3, it's 8 times 6, 48. So 48 out of, so pretty small amount here, but we'll say that that got checked off. Okay, so these stators are good. Okay, good. And then basically the magnetic field generator is mostly checked off all the way backwards. We need the automated wiring though. Well, that's the adaptive control unit, to be fair. So the magnetic field generator is looking good. Let's check these other belts that we've put in. There's a few more belts. The iron ore we handled. What is this? The concrete we handled. Concrete again. Okay, that's looking good. All right. Okay, I think we have everything in that I had already done. Let's start now walking through this with a little bit of precision and marking things down correctly. Okay, so this is our steel pipe. And we're making a crap ton of stators here. So actually, I made a mistake. Is that an overclocked version here? Usually I try to mark it with overclock. Handled all this. Oh no, I was counting the steel pipe. Okay, so these stators are like all the stators. Guys are going down. What are you guys doing? I see. Okay. Okay. I think I got this. These are actually all the stators being made. Just that top level is going to the magnetic control rods. All right, so we have to connect in the steel pipe. Where's our steel pipe hiding? Right here. And we're coming down. Perfect. The way you deleted and reconnected the belt lift is very ugly. Can I fix that? God. I guess. Jesus. Tough crowd. You happy? Happy eye in the sky? All right, we need to figure out where does all the steel pipe go, because not all of it is going into here. Okay, a big chunk is coming from there, but we also have 2 rows, I think. Because if we look, how much steel pipe are we making total? Way more than a 780 can handle. Okay, so $515. Okay, $515. How much does the stators need? The stators need $272. Where's the rest of it going? Who did yeah, okay, steel pipe. A bunch of it goes to the heavy modular frames. This is going to be a really difficult part. We've got to crack this. Okay, this is very integral to this tower's production line. We have to get all of these where they need to go. It now has kin quality. Ray says, remember, good people, like the stream, subscribe, and check out the Discord. We have updates and save sharing and lots of old guys with good advice on factory games. Old guys? That hurts, Ray. Cut me deep. Now this one and this one are actually together. Maybe we should do this one first. $380 plus $228. $608. So what? We fill up a pipe to 780. Then we peel 608 of it off, and then we dump the rest. Yeah. Then we dump the rest with the rest. So where is that needed? Needed here. Sure, the steel pipe is this one. Actually, that could be the concrete. I guess they're mix and matchable, really, right? Both the steel pipe and the concrete go both to the heavy modular frames and are what is used to make this encased industrial. Because it doesn't matter, but it'd be easier if we made this one the steel pipe. So let's do it. Kin needs some whiskey. I'm working in the morning. I don't drink whiskey on nights that I work. I don't drink a Red Bull either. You think Ray means the others? I'm the young one over there. I know what she means. Yeah, if the shoe fits. See? See? You did that on purpose. All right. So what's the total need here? How did I get, so 836.89. How do we get that from this? Oh, we need it for the, wait, we need it for the modular frames as well. Okay, well, which ones, who's making the modulars? Ooh, you're making the modulars. Modulars. Okay, that means that this one absolutely has to be the steel pipe, because the steel pipe goes in three places. It goes into the encased industrial, it splits here and goes down into the modular frames, and then of course it goes up in here and goes to the heavy modular frames. Okay, now it's coming back to me. So we do need, so it's actually these three steel pipes, this one, and this one. The rotors. Okay. This 230 steel pipe gets shipped out because the rotors are in the other building. And the stators are the ones next door, what started all this. Okay. Okay, we got this. We got this. Okay, so I think what we do is we put 780 in one pipe and then the leftovers in the other. And 1295.6 minus 780 is 515.6. So the first step right here is making sure that this one is 780. This one is 515. Okay, so let's do that first. Okay, and then we'll know where our steel pipe is, and then we can take it where it needs to go. All right, so how much steel pipe does each of these give us? 50, 50, 50, 35.09. 150 plus 35.09. So each of this gives us 185.09. Okay. Okay, and so now we do equals 780 divided by this. Okay, it looks like 4 and then 2. Smashy! Good morning, kins and peepos of the stream. Welcome. Ray, you're watching one of your buddies play Elden Ring right now. Watching him run away or get smashed into oblivion is hilarious. Yeah, that would be horrifying. If I played Elden Ring, I'm so bad. You guys, I'm so bad at Elden Ring. It would be embarrassing. You gotta play to your strengths. Excel sheets. That's my strength. Okay, so 4 and then sum of number 5. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then sum of number 5. How did we do this yesterday or last stream? I think we have to make this a priority merger. One, 2, 3, 4, and some of this one. Yes, this needs to be a priority merger. P merge down. That's what we need. I made it last stream. Okay, this should fit the bill. Okay, auto connect. Now we need to make sure that this one never backs up. know which side is which. But it doesn't matter. We just make the outsides high priority and the inside low priority. Now, stick a smart splitter on there. Okay. And then we make the edges overflow. And I think you can handle the rest. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Yeah, you're gonna suck, aren't you? You're gonna suck. You are gonna kick my butt. It's okay. You can fix it. I can fix her. Okay. Everything else gets deleted. All the way down. Don't delete the wrong thing, stupid. It's my theme song for myself. Okay. Now, let's just do some math. I mean, we don't really need to do the math. I mean, we can. 185 sprints. 185.09 times 4. Okay. Plus what's going to be in this pipe, or in this one. It's going to be the difference between this and 780. Okay, it's actually going to be 780 minus that, 39.64. Okay, so 39.64. Now, are any of these overclocked? One of these really should be overclocked, and I should have marked it. Maybe they're not, though. Maybe they're all even. Okay, so we should have now 1, 2, 3 minus this amount. Okay, so 185.09 times 3 minus that amount, 515.63. And you remember what our number was here? It was steel pipe minus 780, 515.6. Close enough. We're off by 3 hundredths. Okay, 515. That's what's left over. So good. Math checks out. Surprise Tuesday stream. I stream every Tuesday. I've streamed every Tuesday for a long time. I stream Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays. Now, I don't always stream Satisfactory on Tuesday. But yes, I've been streaming for a very long time, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Friday, Saturday. You're okay at the Souls games, but you haven't tried Elden Ring? Yeah, I'm terrible. Now, I will start streaming surprise streams on days that aren't Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, much more often, okay? That's when I'm going to play those little silly games that don't require an Excel sheet, like, you know, the Mega Bonk or the Duck Off or things like that, where I can just kind of chill and hang out with you guys, and it isn't quite so, like, mentally intensive, and there's not really a commitment, right? If I'm editing, then I won't get on. If I'm spending time with my family, then I won't get on. But if I'm just gonna like lay and watch some stupid YouTube or something like that, then I might as well jump on with you guys. But I don't know always, you know, if I have editing or if I have something to do, right? And so like Sunday, Monday, Thursday, right, I will do some of those surprise streams, but no, Tuesday is a normally scheduled stream. Okay, so we're good here. Now we need 2 inputs. 780 plus some leftover. Okay, so how many does each one of these eat? Now we kind of have to do it backwards. Okay, we built up 780. You meant a surprise Satisfactory stream. Well, I did put it in the schedule as Satisfactory. And I had planned on doing Satisfactory because of the console release this week. This is going to be a Satisfactory week. So I have talked about it. It may be a surprise to you. But I have been talking about it because it's the console release. You should try Ball Pit on the next Wildcard stream. So Ball Pit looks interesting. I considered Ball Pit. I chose Duck Off instead of Ball Pit, to be frank. About your task with the Hatch Chill, I didn't have time to, but I read the English Wikipedia article to know about it and compare that to what it might be called over here, and it seems that, well, so the Hatch Chili, before you continue, it's very specific. You will have replacements, but that taste only taste, like that's it. Like that's the one. Now, of course that there are chilies that you can substitute, but it's not the same. It has a very, very specific taste. And it's a reason that it's talked about so much. Okay, so we have to add up all of these. Let's make sure, is there any overclock version? If there is, it's probably at the top. I'm sure that you have replacements or substitutions over there, but my question was if you could get the real one. None of these looked marked for overclocking. Oh, top one. I had to open my big fat mouth. Okay, so let's do the overclock one special. and then we'll do the rest of them. Okay, we have to add up all the steel pipe that we need for each blueprint so that we know where to break the 780. Where's that overflow going to be? Okay, so 21.3, 21.3. So let's add this up. Heavy modular frames right here. I don't know what this is for. I'm going to get rid of it. Okay, so steel pipe OC, steel pipe reg, and then we'll do the modular frame, the encased industrial, and the heavy modular frame. Okay, so this is 2 times 22.3. Is that what I said? I know you have to split the messages in many parts, and I know that I start to reply to the first half, and that probably irritates you, but I did it anyway. 21.3. And that's not the modular frame though. That's the encased industrial. Okay, now the modular frame is 2 times 9.467. Okay, and then the heavy modular frame at the top needs how much steel pipe? 25.56. For a total of check the other one. Non-overclock. You need 16.875. And then 2 times 14.064. And then 2 times 6.25. For a total of... Okay, now, how many of these are we making? 13 of one and 1 of the other. Well, let's count actually, because it might be 12. So here's the overclocker. All right, and then how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, so there should be 1 of those and 12 of those. So that times that, and that times that. And if we add them together, please tell me that 777.13, how much are we supposed to be making here? How much are we needing? 836.89. So we're off. How much are we off? What did I do wrong? Something's wrong. All right, we got to figure this out. Hey, Pete, it's Scotch. How's it going? All right, let's double check. our numbers. 16.875. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's move it over because I think my head is in the way. 16.875. Just double checking my formulas. They all look okay. $14.064. Two times 14.064. Okay. The modular frame. 6.25. 12 and a half. All right, let's recount these. Let's make sure that I got the right amount. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus the overclock. 12 plus the overclock. Okay, what's the problem here? 25.56. $21.3 times 2. $9.467. All right, I don't like this. This is not good. I've made an error somewhere. These all make 1.406. This one makes 2.13. What? I don't want this. You suck. Okay, for a total of 19. How many do we need? $19. Okay. And where's the problem? Is the problem here? Maybe this is wrong. All right, let's add these up. 228 plus 380 plus 185.556 gives us 793.556. That's all. I have 3 different numbers. This is not good. Let's see if we can locate where the problem is. Break it down into just lock the reference point. $228. Okay, so that one's good. 380. That one's good. 185. Some modular frames. Okay. I got it. We're okay. This happened last time. We're okay. Here's why we're okay. I was making the idiotic and incorrect assumption that all 185 of this steel pipe was going for modular frames for these. But look at these stupid modular frames. We do have to kick some steel over. The steel pipe that makes up the 5 modular frames. Now, this actually would be a benefit that modular has over this if I rebuilt this exactly how I was going to build it in modular. And then I could check this off. But that sounds so incredibly tedious to me that I just can't bring myself to do it. I was going to do that, and then I couldn't make it do what I wanted to do in modular. Now, maybe that's a me thing. Mikey, watch streak reached. Mikey is currently on a 5-stream streak. Is the brain braining today? Yeah, mostly. So let's double check this. So when we make a modular frame, we make 5 modular frames. What are we talking? How much steel are we talking? $16.667. All right, so if we take our math here, I had, and then we minus 16.667. I'm doing it on a calculator. 776.89. What do we have here? 777. We're gonna have to call that close enough. That makes sense to me. Still doesn't explain this being wrong. There's that 16.667 though. 67. So I am trying. Is there a typo? 288 plus 380? I bet you there's just a typo. It's 228, not 288. Look, 228 right there. So 380, 185, and 228. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, 228, 380, 185. 180. Look, it's a typo. 667.89. And what did I come up with? 777. Close enough. All right, we're good. Okay, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Not that. Get rid of this. Yeah, it's off by a quarter of a unit per minute. I think we're going to be okay. Okay, we're good. Now, that's under 780. This is under 780. Everything just got easier. Okay, cool. That was worth the trouble. Like no joke. I mean, seriously. I'm a happy man. My stupid typo that I made, God knows when, I typed in 288 instead of 228, caused me to build this extra row here, which we don't need. We just blow 780 in the hole. Ah, it's so nice. Now what we can do it's great. Oh, it's so perfect. Wish there was a way to import factories from Satisfactory tools to Modeler. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe as like your inputs and your outputs, and then you build it. Yeah, split rock 6.7. I know. You guys can't help yourselves. The problem is that 2/3 pops up a lot in Satisfactory, and that's 6.7. Okay. Oh, this is still 515. How are we gonna do this in a way that doesn't look like absolute garbage? Yeah, this doesn't look too bad. And it should be out of the way of everybody else. All right, we'll leave this for now. Okay. Okay, let me catch up. Short answer before elaborating, I wager I won't be able to find it since we even deny its existence. Anaheim. Oh, Anaheim is a different kind of chili. Yeah. Well, if you need to rebuild also the belt when you rebuild the lift head, or else it won't connect. You need to do it also where I said it's ugly, or it will have problems. No, it connects. When I rebuilt the head. No, plus I did rebuild the belts, but I didn't even need to. When I changed it out up there, I don't want to go all the way up there to show you that. I rebuilt the belts. I think it's going to be fine. Okay. There are 2 more places that we need pipe. Welcome back, Okisuner. We need it here. And here. Which means we need another splitter. What if use this? What is this? Either copper ore or iron ore. He's going to be, it's iron ore. So he's going to be going down like this. I think I can do this. And then we come out like this. That's probably the best way to do it. These 2 overflows first. I think that'd be close. Oh, no, that's not gonna work. No. That eats the entirety of the 780. The extra comes from here. Okay, so let's do this. then split it again. And then merge. Has a longer distance to travel. Doesn't really matter, right? But we'll send it this way first. And then this leftover will fill in that leftover, which is also this leftover. So I think that's the only way to do it. I mean, it's not the only way to do it. It's the way I'm going to do it. Okay. Okay, that one's done. Now let's run this one. All right, Linda, have a good night. Curvature. How did I get off? You want to bring it up one? Yeah, I do. I do. Yeah, I do. I do want to bring it up one. This is the music that would play if the milkman was on the run from the law. I don't know what that means. Sometimes I don't believe I know you. Okay. Okay. Nice. I think the steel pipes are done. Cole. Cole, are you going to be a pain in the butt? Probably. Right through it. There. All right, feeling good. Is all the signs for lighting? Yeah, well, I mean, you know, lighting, decoration, but you know, I've got some lights that are specifically for like this white lighting, but I also have lighting under here as well. And then these out here, I would say, are a little bit more for, you know, that vertical, to have that, show that vertical feeling, right? That direction with your eyes. But yeah, lighting, also just, you know, decoration, I guess. Okay, let's mark these off. This was a good run. This was complicated, and needed. Okay, we have this steel pipe is done. That steel pipe is done. That one, and then both of those, all done, including this one that was yellow is now green. That was the hookup into the other building. Very important. We have a bunch of other hookups to do, but this is the first one that we've done. Okay, now this encased industrial beam is done. This steel ingot is done. Now there is this steel ingot that we have to check. Let's check that one really quickly after we finish off all of these. Encased industrial, this modular frame is done. Where was he getting his other stuff? So the concrete, we have to do the other concrete. We have to do the concrete, but let's check this steel ingot right there. Okay. That steel ingot comes up here. Yeah, I thought about bumping the splitter out so I don't have to do the bend, but I didn't think it, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I thought about that, but if I did that, I'd have to move the other one. I mean, which I could do. I mean, what the hell? I could, right? I could bump that out, bump that out, bump that out. I could. I don't know. I still might, but I'm just not going to do it right now. I'm trying to keep all the rest of this, you know, in my head. Okay, we have some extra steel ingots. Where do they get made? I feel like the chicanery. This is concrete out. Here, I'm gonna do one of these. Watch. This is connected. It won't let me change the reversal. It's connected. But just to be sure, I still rebuilt that. Okay? It's good. I did the same thing up there or wherever. Okay, that's the concrete out. These are both limestone in. Is that what? Rubber in? You have to mark these. Yeah, may have to change this anyway. Yeah, we'll have to change it anyway. That's fine. There's a lot going on. Trying to keep it straight. I think that's connected. I'm gonna rebuild it anyway, just in case. Okay, don't delete the wrong thing. Almost made it. Yeah, well, part of the reason that I'm not going, I mean, I saw it, right? So there's multiple things happening here. You don't have to say it in case it triggers me, because I saw it, and if it triggered me, I would have changed it. Number one. Number two, the reason that I didn't change it is because all of this down here is in flux. And this is a perfect example, right? I have to change it anyway because of something that was unforeseen at the time. I have to get it in, right? We have to start somewhere, you know? It's a catch-22. I can't not build it. I have to build it the best I can, and then be willing to change it when something else gets in the way, which it just did. So it's another reason why I'm not like going super hardcore on that one's reversed, that's why. Making sure everything's perfect, because so much of it's changing. Okay, I think this is concrete, lime, rubber. Problem is there's 2 belts of concrete. Where's our 2 belts? I know we're sending some over. Is that enough so that we only need 1? Takes your elevator 20 seconds to reach the ground floor from the top. This is only 53. The rest of the concrete here. Okay. Well, how much concrete is dropping in that other one? 147, 90, 90, 90. 270 plus 147. 417. Not down to 780 yet. Right, this is going to overflow. 147 and 390s. $147 plus 3 times 90. It's 147 and a third. And how many of these? Just 2 of them? That doesn't make any sense. We direct feeding backwards. Is that what I'm doing? Yeah. The problem is this. That's what I'm trying to do. Merge together. Yes, right here. Okay, so it's not 147. 90, 90, 90. It's that plus 4 more 90s. That's the problem. So it's 7. Okay. 777. Okay, it's basically a full belt. There's 2 of them. Each of them gives a full belt. All right, it's coming back to me now. And we start eating it here. How much does he need? 777.33. That's exactly what so it's exactly even. Okay, this one's covered and he's done. Okay, so let's check him off. That one right there. This 777.33 is good. Now we gotta worry about this other concrete. The concrete going to the basically all the rest of the concrete. Are we sending any concrete? Where else are we sending concrete? So the molded beams. I think he's done. I already checked him off. So these are the last 2. The concrete, all the remaining concrete goes to the encased industrial blueprint, okay? And that's this. Because he's the concrete to the molded beam. Already checked. Okay, it's the remaining. Okay, concrete is good. I'm gonna go ahead and cut these. Okay. DJ, just comment to support. Must go back one stream and watch it. Don't want to miss anything. Oh, and I hope I will be able to catch and watch live when you power those towers on and start to troubleshoot. Yeah, I at least a couple of weeks. I will make a lot of progress this week because I'm doing extra Satisfactory because of the release of console and it's Satisfactory week, right? So I will make a lot of good progress today, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. But I don't know. There's a lot to do before we power these on. A lot. So we'll get there slowly but surely. We're getting there today, right? We're increasing. Okay. Okay, concrete, limestone. Rubber. Okay. Where is the extra steel hiding? This is coal and coal. Have to figure that out shortly. I was trying to get the steel done, though. Okay, we've already marked the iron ore, so that makes this copper ore. Then is this the extra steel? Yes. Extra steel ingot. Where does this go? We go up. This is what I was trying to track down like 20 minutes ago. We got distracted with the concrete. Yes. Yes. Up. Up. That better be steel ingots. Nice. Okay, good. I thought so. You can check that off because this is the 80 steel ingots. Okay. So, Okie Sooner, when you're talking about how long it takes your elevator to reach the top, are you talking about your brain? Because it seems like you may be. Should we do one? I need a 90-second break here. Let's do one of our sets. Guys, I just need 90 seconds. Can you use the restroom? I'm gonna be right back. All right. It only takes you 15 seconds to get to your shed. Well, that's good. Okay, where did we leave off? I have to make an adjustment here. My ears popped. right, how's this? Better, better, better. Okay. For me, for my hearing. Okay. Okay, what's next? I think we have to tackle... So I think the ores are fine. Yeah, the ores are totally fine here. It's the coal. And it's not that big of a deal, really, because it's only an extra, what, 150 that can't fit in a 780? 130? So let's see how much coal each one eats. Start at the bottom. $40, 56.727. 40 times 3 plus 56.727. So 176. Okay. And then how many total? Seven. 1237, is that right? No. It says 7 here. Only 917. It says 917 there. That doesn't seem to be what our blueprint is saying. So we need 150 plus 185 steel ingots. 60. I think there's a mistake. Sucks. We're gonna have to break this down. Okay, I need to figure out what this is all supposed to be. Now, I've been keeping track of the totals here. Oops. But this is the per... blueprint, right? Because if there's 7, I need the totals. We know that we made 7 of them, so what are we making here? All right, let's start at the end and work backwards. The steel pipe. Hey, King Shot. Yeah, let me show you. So the music is from a YouTuber called White Bat Audio. In particular, I'm listening to this playlist right here. 4.5 hour synthwave mix algorithm, royalty-free, copyright-free, safe music. Anytime somebody asks, I always, this guy is awesome. He makes really good music. It's all copyright-free. His name's Carl Casey. It's really great. That's why a lot of the music that you hear from me, you hear in other YouTubers and other places, and even like some commercials and stuff, because his music's copyright free. He has a lot of stuff, okay? A lot. I'm just kind of doing the chill synthwave stuff, but he's got a bunch of horror synth and all sorts of stuff. Cyberpunk, industrial, dark synthwave, okay? He's got tons and tons and tons of stuff. And he's still putting out, he uploaded 6 days ago, a new song, right? In different mixes, okay? Atmospheric horror, doom, royalty-free, heavy dark synth playlist, right? So I'm just kind of doing the lighter synthwave, but this is he's really good. So give White Bat Audio a follow. He's also been really good. There are people that try to steal his music by putting copyright claims on my stuff, saying that they are him. So they say, oh, well, this song that I'm playing right now belongs to me. So then if I don't say anything, that person is stealing from me / him, because they're saying that they are him and that the songs are not copyright free. So it happens about once a week. I have to basically jump through a bunch of hoops to make sure that I tell YouTube that this liar isn't Carl Casey / White Bat Audio, and that Carl Casey / White Bat Audio said I can use it for free. And so and Carl Casey helps me do that. It's done through him, not through YouTube. So anyway, it's the guy's really cool, and he has to go through a lot of bull crap so that we can use his music, and he's not even getting paid directly because of it. So I try to send as many people as I can to his channel, and so that he can get the listens, so and build his audience. Okay, let's keep going. So let's make sure that there's 185.09 steel pipe coming out of each one, and then we'll work backwards from there. $50, $50, $50, $35.09. That's 185.09, right? Okay, checks off. So far, so good. All right. Now, how much steel do we need to make that happen? It's a 1-to-1. Okay, so we need 185.09. Plus, we need an extra 11. So, needed steel, right? Because we are exporting 11.43 out this one, right? That's what this little split is. So, if we add up these steel ingots, we need it to see 196.52. Okay, now it looks like we're going to do 60 times 3 plus what? 85.09. And I think we found our mistake. We're making way too much steel. And I think I know what I did. Yep. Okay. So this extra 80 steel, I made it so that one blueprint made the extra 80 steel that I need. But I did the calcs as if I shared that extra 80 across all 7. So I'm overproducing steel. And it's not by a little, it's by a lot. 6 times 80. So how do I change this? I mean, we're gonna have to change this. And then we're gonna have to change every blueprint because it's wrong. I'm making 265. I only need 196. Okay, and so really what this means is we're gonna get rid of the overclock. Okay, so we have 3 times 60. And then we just need an extra 16.52. Okay, so these are fine, and we just changed the one on the end to this. Let's do that right now. Copy. We have to paste it 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we pasted it 6 times. Okay, now we were also over making. Now that we're making, we need a lot less iron ingots. Okay, we were over making the iron ingots as well. So we're gonna underclock them. So how many iron ingots do we need? 40 times 3 plus 11.13. Times 3 plus 11.013. What do you say we divide by 3? And just make all 3 of them even, and so I just paste them all. Make them even. $43.67. Okay, let's check. If we do that, that means we're gonna do iron ore of 23.291. 23.291 times 3. And then times 7. 4911. Is that how much iron ore we need? You can't check it off the ore. You have to check it on the ingots. You suck. Okay. 43.67 times 3. Or this times 7. 917.09. 917.036. Good enough for me. That works for me. I think that proves that we're good. We check the copper. Yeah, we can check the copper. Let's check the copper. Okay, so 5.823. And then times 3. And then that times 7. You stop, you piece of crap. Just do what I want, like Excel. $122.28. It's pretty off, actually. 5.823. $122.28. That's because of these. It's these. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Okay. All right, so what do we have to do? We already changed this. Now we just have to copy, and then we have to paste all 3 of those all the way down. Not those. Those are the steel pipes. That would suck. Okay, we're finding problems. We're fixing problems. As we're checking our math as we connect. Okay, I feel good. Now I can ask how much coal per. It's the same as the iron ingots. Okay. Needed iron ingot and coal. Okay, it's 131 per. So we're good now. This is actually not that. It's not these amounts. Because of this. It's fine though. Coal is correct though. Okay. Let's get rid of these and then this. Divided by 7. Okay, 131. So, out of 780, we get 6. Well, we can fill up 5 and then we dump. Or actually, why don't we do it this way? Oh, you jerk. We need 2. Okay, so we fill up 2, we dump 2, and then we backfill. Okay, so we have this coal right here. And we're gonna fill up 2. 1, 2. And then we give ourselves a merger. This should be fine. All this goes away. Okay. And then cap this. All right. Old man truck. No problems, just happy little reasons to make a change. Okay, Bob Ross. Old man truck. So I've never played Satisfactory. I love Captain Ministry and Alchemy Academy, both Factory games. Is this spreadsheet part of the game, or are you just no, it's not part of the game. This is just Google Sheets. This is just Google Sheets. This is what I'm doing to track this enormous factory. And this is also a third-party tool. This is specifically to help you plan large ass satisfactory factories. This is the factory that I'm building. But you have to realize something. I am building the second to last factory in the game, and I am building all 4 parts that I need in the same factory. Okay, it would be much simpler to build a factory with just making the magnetic field generators, and then another factory just making the assembly director systems, and another factory just making these thermal propulsion rockets, and then finally a separate factory making the nuclear pasta. That's how a normal person would do it. I'm doing some really silly things in this game that are not required for everybody else playing, and I'm doing it my way, which I think is extra style. Not everybody would necessarily agree with me. I am making a cyberpunk city. Okay, so not only am I so none of this is required. This is just me, as I've said before, flexing. Okay, I am doing my thing. Okay, most people don't play the game like this. That's not a big enough cup of coffee. Exactly. Most people don't play the game like this. Okay, I am doing additional shenanigans. Okay, so don't if you're a newer player, or if you're thinking about getting a game, don't use what I'm doing as a benchmark for gameplay. Okay, because it's not. This is an extra additional challenge that I'm doing for myself. You do not need satisfactory tools to play this game. You do not need a spreadsheet to play this game. I'm doing it because I am challenging myself. Okay, so I'm going to the 1000th. It's ridiculous. You don't need to do that. Silly but damn cool. Sometimes, right? I'm calculating things out to the 1000th per minute. It's silly. It's ridiculous. Unnecessary. So, just something to keep in mind. I built mob farms on Minecraft and pride myself for quality and output. I call them stupid sized. Yeah, our term here is hilariously overbuilt. Commercials, yeah, stupid ads. I'm sorry about that on Twitch. Not that you can hear me because you're in ads. There's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. Okay, let's mark off what we have. I'll continue the conversation with Old Man Truck when we get a second. Have we completed anything else here? Yes, this coal is done. We actually did this coal as well. And this bauxite, and I mean, and this stuff too, all got done. Copper ore is done. Limestone is done. I have to check this one here. Okay, you're back. Yeah, I was, I don't know if you heard, but I was just going to say, we call it hilariously overbuilt. There's another term that we use that is escaping me at the moment. Right now, I'm trying to go through. This is a. No, it's just me. Nope. Solo playing. I don't trust anybody to help me with something like this. Can you imagine? No way. Like if there was a person that I trusted to be able to follow me and do what I wanted enough on a playthrough like this. If I had that kind of a relationship with that kind of a level of person, I wouldn't waste them on helping me with a satisfactory playthrough. They'd be too busy helping me with a business. I don't trust anybody this much. The only person that I might trust enough to do this is my daughter, but she's already helping me edit. And I rest my case. My daughter used to get on in the morning and I'd tell her, well, that's funny. You mentioned your daughter right when I did. I did a thing. She'd wake up to a stupid sized upgrade. Yeah. Yeah. My daughter is in high school. She's one of my editors, my main editor. And she would be wasted on this. She could do it though. She could. Okay. We got the limestones. We got the concrete. Okay. We need to change this. Maybe here. Okay. And then here. Okay. We have all these marked: the concrete, the 2 limestones, the rubber, and the coals. Let me just put this here. I know it's a little silly, but I want to do it anyway. These are all going down to the substation. I'm mostly just putting these in so that I know that they will take up the space, so I don't put another belt in front of them. They're all just temporary. This guy, you fit? Oh, you son of a. Okay. Well, you can lower. We can use boom, boom. Okay, now this concrete. I think this concrete has to go into this. This is the heavy modular frames. How long have I been playing? Yours is 34, streams herself from time to time, but is pursuing her writing career. My daughter also enjoys writing. Just landed a book deal. That is awesome. Writing fandom stuff. My daughter is, she did get published in her high school. It's not for the high school, it's for the whole district. We live in a pretty large school district in California. And she got published in the creative writing magazine for the entire district. So not just for the school, for the whole district, which is pretty cool. Parallel the belts. Yeah, well, there's not enough room to turn them. There's not enough room to turn them. The only other thing that I could do, and I might try, the problem is if I do this, it's going to, yeah, it's gonna clip. So I just have to use the third dimension and we'll be fine. Northern California. The Sacramento suburbs. Where's my concrete, boys? Where's my concrete? I think it's this one. We're marking as we go because I was stupid and didn't mark label earlier. So it's just this one here. One, two. Here, let's do this. You're San Bernardino? What I do for my main job is I work with school districts all across the state of California, and they're one of my clients. So I'm very well aware of San Bernardino. I have I been out there? I might have been out there, but I work with the big old unified school district. I'm working on a project for them right now, actually. Okay, so I think if let's do a right-hand curve, and then post it here for now. Wife's a teacher. Yep, I have helped the school district get facility funding. Very small part to play. Nothing crazy. Little piece. My company has helped a lot, though. There are absolutely facilities have been improved at her school district because of my company, like as a direct consequence of my company. I do I don't help any one district a whole lot. I help a lot of districts a little bit, if that makes sense. Let's make this one come out and match this one out here. But I've helped. Oh, charter school? Well, if it's still chartered by the district, then we may have helped. There are kind of two different charter schools, ones that are and ones that aren't chartered by the districts. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna move this over too. I didn't realize that both of them were on the edge like that. But that's cool. It all kind of works together, you know? The aesthetics of that look better parallel. Well, I've just made it, under the, match vertically. I couldn't get this locked in parallel this way. It would have been nice, but it wouldn't make the curve. But that's okay. Verticality works here. I've got the space for it. Okay, that's in. Looking good. Let's go ahead and mark that off. That is the concrete from here to both this encased industrial as well as the heavy encased frame, because they're both in that blueprint. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have to. I'm aware of some of that. Public Safety Academy. Yeah. Yeah, it's in my lists of things to know about. I work in developer fees. So when you build a house in a school district, you have to pay a fee. I justify districts to receive that fee. It's a lot of math, lots of spreadsheets, writing as well. So it's an interesting mixture of both right brain and left brain. Nice, boring government reports. School districts hire us to do that justification for them so that they don't have to, because if it's wrong, they can be sued. Okay, so what is the other two here? Rubber and iron plate. Does it matter which one's which? I don't think so. Ooh, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. I think the iron plate is dropping in at the top. Yeah, it is a lot of spreadsheets. Is this my iron plate? Yep. Okay, so that one's iron plate. The one on the outside is iron plate. Yep, perfect. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this. All right, and then we'll do iron plate. This one is what did I say? Rubber? Yep. And what are we making? We're making the reinforced iron plates. That's needed. How much iron plate is that? It's a bunch of, it's more of this. It's more of this. Let's go see. Okay, we're kind of checking it off as we go. Have you met anyone else attempting to build this level? There are some other content creators that are building stuff like this. I think I don't know if anybody's doing as hard of a theme as I am, the Cyberpunk build. But there are others doing, so this is the other 101. Is this the last 101 I need? Yes, this is the last 101.33. So this is now fully checked off. I was adding up, I was checking them off as we went, because this 141 doesn't all go to one place. It gets it goes in different places. So we're good here. BL Andrew builds bigger than I do. I think a little bit less aesthetic, although his aesthetic is very good, and a little bit more emphasis on huge factories. My factories are actually not that big. I have medium to large size factories. I do not have huge factories. He definitely builds huge ones. All right, so this iron plate is fed, and I did check that off. And then also the amount of rubber that goes in here. This rubber is checked off as well, and that's 100% complete. Let's see. Because I labeled the rubber down here at the bottom. Are these all taken care of? What is this? What is this? This is the output. Yes, we have to do the output. Now you're lined up right there. All right, so we have all the inputs done for this beast. This is the heavy modular frame output. Now we have to figure out, where is he going? Two places. 14 is heading up here to these fuse modular frames. This is going out. This is going to the other building. And 5 to the adaptive control unit. That is staying in-house. Okay? Either way, they're both going this direction, and then we're getting the split. Where is the adaptive control unit located? Adaptive control unit is in column D, the next column. You're right here, adaptive control unit. Okay, well, let's start setting up your inputs and outputs, and that will help us to, we'll figure out where the heavy modular frames go. There are plenty of really good content creators for Satisfactory, a lot of them, and quite a few of them build very, very big. We all just have a slightly different takes. It's really kind of, you know, I would say not even my place to it's just all different, you know? You know, Bits, I'm Kibitz, what Darren plays, and Total Eclipse. Those are big ones. Other people, I mean, everybody has their own flavor, you know, these kind of larger content creators, Satisfactory. So that was a big miss, bro. A big miss. But if we're talking just raw size, BL Andrew definitely builds bigger than I do. But you know, I've got my little kind of claim to fame, as it were. We're gonna, this is not, actually want those there. Yeah. Come on. There we go. As long as you are aiming at one of these floor holes, you can make these lifts as tall as you want. Okay, now we have to start labeling. This is either, I mean, it's got to be the rubber, right? Yeah, this is the rubber. Oh, look, rubber. What is the lore in this game? Why are you left to build alone? Well, actually, the lore is a bit of a mystery. We crash land on the planet, and we're instructed to, in order to save the world and all the kitties and the puppies, we have to complete the objectives in the upper right corner. And I'm actually doing that now for phase 4. There's multiple phases, and there are a bunch of parts that you automate to help you build things, right? So like, I mean, like the vast majority of the parts that you build, heavy modular frames, electronics, these, you know, industrial parts, turbo motors, computers, supercomputers, some nuclear stuff, right? Some other consumables, right? But there are space elevator parts, okay? And then also there's assemblers, right? And there's some space elevator parts there. You know, lots of standard parts. There's different versions of the same recipe, so you can, you know, this has 4 different versions. So, you know, depending on which one fits your factory the best, like if you have, in this case, iron and rubber, I like using this because I have lots of extra rubber in my factory. But if you had lots of extra wire, you might use this one instead. And so you can mix and match recipes in a way that works for you. But yeah, basically those space elevator parts are the objective. We're not 100% sure why. I think that's a little bit, hey, Mycito, morning. I think that's a little bit part of we learn more as we go. But we have crash landed on a giant planet. I am actually building above. I'm building a city above this. These are all my trains that are running right now as we speak. This game is big. I've only shown you a very, very small portion of this. This game is huge. Yeah. I've been sort of in the basement of one of my buildings. It's not the basement, but inside one of my buildings, kind of really focused on building this out. But this game is massive. Okay, this has got to be either plastic or circuit boards. It's the plastic. Okay, this one is the plastic. I do have very high attention to detail of content creators. Very, very, very high. Probably not the highest, but mine's up there. Big time. Okay, this has got to be the circuit boards because both this manufacturer needs circuit boards and this manufacturer needs circuit boards. Okay, so this has got to be the circuit boards. Okay, and we're still labeling. We're still trying to figure out where all this crap is. This is the output. This is the adaptive control unit output. Wait, which one was that? What's this? Automated wiring, probably. Yeah, this is an input. Okay, this first one is the automated wiring input. Yes, this particular one isn't running yet. Would you like me? Okay, I'll make you a deal. Let me finish labeling this one out and we'll go look at one that's on so you can see what it looks like. No, you're not talking too much. Nobody else is talking. If I wanted to play this game without talking to people, I wouldn't be live streaming. I appreciate the talking. And you're legitimately interested in the game, that's why I'm playing it. adaptive control unit. This is the output. Yes. All right, I got 2 left. This is definitely going to be Caterium ore input. And then this one is going to be the stators, because the cable is... Wait. Yeah, where's the cable coming from? Oh, is this the stators? Oh, that's the cable. Yeah, and then there's cable going up too. I'm just double checking. Yeah, okay, good. Cable's coming up. Just double checking my own shenanigans. It's a splitter or a merger? I think there's a problem. We have cable coming out. .33. Okay, wait, is this okay? How much cable does this eat? 8. Okay, this only needs 8. It'll be fine. This is gonna split this 19 evenly, right? And this only needs 8, and so that's why I did what I did. Okay, and then this one eats 50. Okay, so it's all pushing this way. These 3 make the cable. This only needs to eat 8. This will be split evenly. Okay, 19 will be split evenly. So more than 8 will go up this, and then when it backs up, the rest will go this way, and it'll all add up to 50. Okay, so this is fine. There's no mistake. What is this then? This is the stators, the other thing. Okay, so this is Ethereum ore. Stators. I need a little break anyway. I want to see you fire it up and see if it works. I've been working on this for months, and I still have at least weeks to go. You will not see me fire this up tonight. Eye in the sky, I'm back. What did I miss? By the way, I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So sometimes I'm talking to, if I talk to somebody and you don't know who I'm talking to, I am not talking to the voices in my head. I wait till after the stream to do that. I'm back. What did I miss? Eye in the sky. Did the beans take over? Or the giant flying ray thingies reenact that one Alfred Hitchcock movie? No, none of those things happened. We've just continued labeling and connecting things. We are going to take a small break. Old Man Truck on Twitch wants to see a working factory, and I'm going to show him one. We're not going to do a full tour or anything like that, but we're going to run over and have your mind temporarily blown. And by the way, anybody else who hasn't seen any of my stuff, hang out for a minute, because you're going to see some more than just this factory. But next kind of thing that we're doing here when we get back, this is also to remind myself, is we're gonna hook up these heavy modular frames into, wait, one of these needs to be heavy modular frames, right? Yeah, where's the heavy modular frames? Automated wiring. Wait a second. No, this is automated wiring. This isn't automated wiring. This is heavy modular frames. Right there. That's the heavy modular frames. Okay, so we're gonna hook this one into this one, and then the leftover is going to go up and into this one, and then the adaptive control unit out over here is gonna go into that one. And then I think this entire thing is a bunch of stators. Quick. Where is the stators? There's some labeling missing. Who's got my stators, bro? It's an A. This is it. What? Where's my stator output? It's right here. Okay, so there's some labeling that has to happen over here as well. And then everybody gets stators. Okay, you get stators, and you get stators, and you get stators. Everybody gets stators. So we're gonna do all that stuff. Commercials again. Tell me when you're back from commercials. Let's do a little bit more while he's still in commercials. This is Caterium ore again. Yeah, I'm back, Oprah. Okay, good. All right, so that's kind of we have more to do, but we're actually making really good progress today. All right, so let's zoom out. We've been very zoomed in. You got your stator. Didn't we label all the stators last time? Well, that's where they're going in building 1, but this is where they are being made and also going in building 2, right? So once we hook the stators into this one, they're fine, right? After this point, they go where they need to go. That's what we did last time. But we have to get them to this point, and they have a couple of pit stops along the way. At least this one, and maybe another one over here. But I gotta label that out. There was another tower that eats the stators. This one makes it. It's right here, I think. And then this tower eats some of them here. And then I think maybe here, I can't remember. What else goes in here? Are there stators being made? No, this is just circuit boards. So the stators are gonna pop out here, drop in some there, and then the rest will go into here. And then where this goes is all of the work that we did last time with stators, if that makes sense. All right, Casino, have a good night, man. Okay, so let's zoom out a little bit. All right, so in Satisfactory, you have to complete space elevator parts in order to progress. I am building a set of 4 buildings that house this factory. Okay, this factory is making the 4 space elevator parts. Okay, the 4 buildings that make up this factory are just outside. 2 purples and 2 teals. This represents 1 quadrant of my city. I am making a cyberpunk city. Why? Because I can. And because I wanted to. Don't judge me. We'll do sunrise orange here. Okay, none of this is turned on yet. Now, the buildings the shells are in, all of these are in, all of this is in, a lot of these connections are in. We're gonna be making trucks to drop off plastic and rubber, and picking up the final parts. But so we have truck lanes and stuff down here. Now, where is this coming from, right? And then, this, where is this gonna pick up, right? Because what is this? This is gonna be, copper. Well, that's the output. Where's the input? The input's here. This is copper ore. Okay, where does the copper ore come from? Well, copper ore will come from the subway system downstairs. All my raw materials come into the cyberpunk city in what I'm calling my subway, and it is my train lines that come up a spiral, because we're in a flying city. Where the hell is the car? Yes, I built all this. I'm about to hit 1,000 hours in this thing. I have 2,700 hours total in Satisfactory. I have 1,000 hours in this. You built all this. You haven't even seen it yet. You haven't even seen nothing yet, bro. Just hold on. If this elevator car is taking forever. Okay. So we have to do all this still. Okay, we have to connect. See, here's the 4 elevators for the 4 towers. We will need train stations to bring in all the raw materials. This will be the last thing we do before we can turn it on. I don't think I'll get to it this week. Maybe I'll start it next week. Here's all the rest of the trains working all the rest of the factories up here. Okay, here again, I am upstairs. Let's listen. Let's put aside this. Okay, this is the tower. This is the Tyrell Corporation pyramids from Blade Runner. This exists. It's in the desert, but we're going to talk about this in a second. This is my train spiral bringing up all my raw materials. Now, what this does over here is it's a hub for all my raw materials. Well, we're going to go look at that in a minute. Let's just assume that all the materials, the raw materials, come in how I need them. And by the way, this is all blueprinted. I use blueprints a lot, and it helps me build all of this relatively a lot faster. But this is my train spiral that brings up all the raw materials into the city. Okay. Ooh, why did that get deleted? There we go. So let's head up actually into, let's go up inside this one here. I want to take the city route. This elevator is going to take forever to call, isn't it? If I smash the elevator button, it makes it go faster, right? It's taking too long. All right. So one of the things I like to do is drive on my own roads. So we're going to do that. So the 4 buildings in this quadrant make kind of my basics, and it makes the things that I use to build. All right, a lot of the basic materials. These 4 buildings are models of real life buildings. Okay, this is my the factory that does concrete and wire, my most basic items. This is the Shard in London. And it's working, and everything is flowing here. I did some underground glass lit belts. Trucks are picking up these various items, lots of wire. These are all headed. Some of this is headed to central storage for me to use in building. Some of this is headed as inputs to these other 4 factories. Okay, and let's just look at a floor. Working this floor, all it does is smelt Caterium ore into Caterium ingots. That's all this floor does. There are many floors doing many things. Ooh, that looks gross. What did I do there? It's bad. Stop it. How long has that been gross? It's been gross for a long time. I don't like it. Building this was very difficult. I tried to make this look like the Shard. The Shard in London is an insane architecture, and I spent way too long trying to make this work. And it was very frustrating, but we're done, and it's close. It's not bad. Okay, so all these trucks that go back and forth between these buildings need a gas station because trucks use fuel. And so I made the Nostromo fueling station. And they come here just to get fuel. This one is the John Hancock building from Chicago. And this is my computer factory. It makes computers and crystal oscillators, and I made blueprints. As you can see, I'm still doing the teal and purple theme that is found throughout. If we dip down into the subway here, the trains bring crystal and Caterium, and that's pretty much all this factory needs is just a shit ton of crystal and Caterium. And then a couple of items trucked in from other places. Those are trucking out. Those are trucking out. These are trucking in rubber, stators, and then plastic and rubber. Plastic and rubber is being sorted, and it's kind of dark in here. Sorted, and all of this is being sent up. There's a massive vertical bus, and it just keeps going up, 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 up. And it's basically floor after floor after floor of this, because actually these don't make very many crystal oscillators. It only makes less than 2 per minute. And this is kind of making a bunch of crystal oscillators for a bunch of different things. So there you go. Lots of bus lines. I like my vertical bus lines. And yeah. Are you? I'm not gonna get into debugging here. Okay. Even though whenever I do this, I sometimes find little tiny things. These factories are not yet perfectly 100% efficient. When I'm done building the city, I'm gonna go through factory, there they go. Factory by factory by factory, and just ensure everything is perfect. Okay, they're close, right? I would say 98, 99% efficient. They're close, but they're not quite perfect. This is a belt balancer. You can see I've got, multiple belts of Caterium coming in, and we're making sure that they get balanced correctly going up into the I've also got labels here, 780, 780, and then this only needed 96. So to make sure we got the 96, I'm doing some overflows and some different shenanigans. So all of this is there's a train coming in. So yep. So all this looks good. Let's turn off the light. This is just one of the factories. We've got 2 other factories here. I won't go into super detail on these, but this is the Mercury City Tower from Moscow. This is doing all my aluminum stuff. So aluminum casing, aluminum sheets, which we need to do our belts, right? We do a lot of Mark V belts. And so that all comes out of here. Radio control units, a bunch of different units that use aluminum as a base. Let's just pop our heads in real quick. First floor here is a logistics floor. And then this is, it's very packed in here. Every single floor has very, very little extra room. I actually underestimated how big of a factory I needed. Because I build the shells first, which is actually really challenging. Anybody who is new in Satisfactory, I would say you will want to much more often build the factory first. Yellow light. I don't like yellow lights. Why are you yellow? You're yellow because you are backing up on alumina solution. Why are you back? I start debugging. Aluminum solution, you're backing up because you're not using all your aluminum scrap. Where's your aluminum scrap? Your aluminum scrap is being used. Here, here, and flowing into this. Your aluminum ingots aren't getting used. Aluminum ingots are coming out here. Yeah, these are jamming up. So somebody that's using aluminum ingots is not using them the way that they should. Way up top somewhere. So I would have to figure out why these aluminum ingots are backing up and trace it all the way back to these lights flipping on yellow. See, there's a couple. It's the same thing. We're backed up on aluminum ingots here. So again, it's working, and it's working pretty well, but there are some inefficiencies that I need to figure out. And then trucks are dropping. Some of these trucks are not very good drivers. Don't worry about the fact that they are following a route that I drove. It's not my fault at all. So these guys are picking up, these are the finished products. This factory is making all these different things, and that truck is going to drop them off at central storage. And I use central storage materials to build with. Last little factory on this side. This makes heavy modular frames and motors. And I had the opposite problem here. I made this shell way too big. This nice open space is great. Actually, this isn't bad. I could have maybe used a lot more space. There's a lot of shit going on here. But I do have quite a bit of open space here, which is fine. I mean, I used it. I didn't put it to, it's not wasted or anything, but it's a little, there's definitely more space here than the other one. Oh, he'll make it to central storage. My drunk truck driver, yeah, he'll be all right. So there you go. So that's this one. And then real quick, we'll hit a couple other things. Let's drive over and take a look at the power plant. I also have the Fixmas factory over here. The Fixmas factory is done in the Nakatomi Plaza. It's just a Christmas event. And of course, Nakatomi Plaza is the building from Die Hard, and Die Hard is a Christmas movie. So this is Nakatomi Plaza. I have lots of decorations here. We will actually address this. The Christmas event is coming again in a couple of weeks. And so we'll make some changes. We'll spruce things up a little bit. But yes, this is our Christmas factory from last Christmas. I've been working on this for 14 months. And so I have some Fibonacci spirals happening here. I have this abomination. We're still not sure exactly what these snowmen are up to. But they've been working on it all year. little inappropriate. All right, so that is Christmas Factory. This is the main power plant for the city. We have 2 floors making rocket fuel, and then being used in these generators. This is way more power than we need. I don't need nuclear power. Here, see these red? This is bad. This really irritates me. The fact that this pops red. I did the math. It's like 99.8% efficient. This, there's like 2 or 3 on the ends here that don't quite get enough fuel. So again, there is some fine tuning that needs to happen with this, but it is very, very, very close. It's close enough for now. I also have a tunnel here, the rocket line that trucks drive in and they pick up and they drop off. This is where I'm sourcing all my plastic and my rubber. So this power plant is an oil refinery, and it's turning the oil into rocket fuel, and it's also sourcing our plastic and rubber for the entire city. And so we have a lot of trucks driving in and out of here, picking up plastic and rubber and taking them to various places. And that's why in my buildings over here, I'm just inserting the plastic and the rubber. And if you look here, right, I'm not making any rubber in the factory. I'm sourcing it from this power plant, right? We're gonna have 2 trucks bring over rubber. So all of these work together. And speaking of which, the plastic and the rubber is being made up in the 3rd floor. Lots of plastic, lots of rubber flying along here, getting produced. Lots of blueprints. Cozy Survivalist. Hi, how's it going? It's going good. We're doing a little mini tour. There are some new people that are watching, and one requested a little bit more information about some of the rest of the factories that I'm working on. And so that's what we're doing. And yeah, this is my refinery that is making lots of rubber and plastic. Look at it go. And then down here, these are making the rocket fuel, and then the rocket fuel pipes are right here, and it's getting used up in the generators. There's lots of water, lots of oil being pumped into here, and it's all getting trained up. We have lots of train system here for this power plant. All these lines are various items coming in. This is coal and sulfur because we need coal and sulfur for to make rocket fuel. This is oil. This one right here, and this is actually where I think the inefficiency is. I think that I'm just not moving. There's just a little bit of oil issue. Yeah, see, he's leaving with oil, but I bet you not all of these. Yeah, there's an issue. There's definitely an issue with some of this oil here. See, this has oil in it. This one doesn't. So there's something going on with the oil. I'm not ready to try to debug this tonight. But I do know that there's some tweaks that need to happen. Mouse, are you going to convert the rocket fuel to ionized fuel, or you're going to make a separate one? I'm probably just going to make a little bit of ionized fuel on the side for my rocket pack. I'm not going to make a rocket fuel factory. And I won't convert this. This is done. I'm just going to fine tune it. But no, I don't plan on making a large amount of ionized fuel. I will make a very small amount, and just for rocket pack purposes. So, okay, so yeah, let's travel to the central storage from here. We can leave through the Fixmas factory. The hell? Oh, it's glass. I got a big snowflake in here. All of these will be moving presents. I did some stationary belts. Getting all of these on here and then closing the loop was shockingly difficult, especially when I did every other thing like this. Shockingly difficult, but I got it. I love this city. I do. Okay, so we're headed over to the central storage. This just has a lot of inputs for trucks. And then these items come in. You can see them flying up there. And then higher up in the top of the tower, they sort themselves and they do overflows. And that's how we're getting a lot of our items sunk, is all up there. Now, we're not going to go through all of that. We have one last thing. Are you still with me, old man truck? We have one last thing to show you, and then I'm going to get back to work. What's the rules for soliciting in the Discord? Why is somebody soliciting? In what way? Like their channel or something? Or are you asking for yourself, Ray? So I have video links. I don't see anything. Video links is like very in the media chat. Nobody's posted in there in months. I'm okay with it. It's not in general. I'm okay. I mean, if they start hitting it like every day or something. Sorry, my mod is asking me a question. Yeah, your mind's blown. Commercials? Okay, I'll wait for the commercials. Yeah. I think this is probably okay. They put it in media. It's not in general chat, right? I would be irritated if this was in general chat. I would prefer if this person had been around longer than they just showed up and posted that, but I'm willing to not be too anal about it. But if they push it too much, then we'll. Yeah. That media chat is kind of there for that kind of thing. I mean, in reality, nobody's really posted there in like a year. So it's not like that thing is being spammed. You know, like if somebody, yeah. I'm okay with that. If they go a little bit crazier, then we'll go from there. So yeah, Twitch, when you guys get back from commercials, we'll jump through the hole here. Okay, you're back. All right, so I did show off in the distance what this was. This is the Tyrell Corporation pyramids from Blade Runner. If you don't know what that is, obviously the movie Blade Runner okay, it's from the opening scene of Blade Runner, the movie, which is largely credited as the first major cyberpunk movie and what kind of started off a lot of cyberpunk. It is 1982, Most Cyberpunk is post 1982. So there you go. I made this in Satisfactory, and and I'll show it to you right now. There we go. So this is a working factory. Well, it's not a factory. It is a hub. It is a train hub. Raw materials come in from everywhere on the map. And you built it in Minecraft. Nice. Raw materials come in everywhere on the map, and then they get sorted and redistributed into the exact form that I need them for the city. This is perhaps a little bit of a inefficient way to handle this job, but I wanted an excuse to build this. And it makes sense to me. Lots of trains coming in and out. We ran out. We ran out of juice right at the end. Yeah. This took about 100 hours to build. The top floor is the trains leaving with their packed, like that train is packed with exactly the amount in the right cars, in the right order that it needs to be at the city. Right, and if we look at what the city looks like from here. Now, I will put, a lot of people are like, oh, it's floating, blah. I will put supports, okay? We'll put giant supports on the four corners so that it is not floating. But right now, since I don't know exactly where, I mean, this corner is defined. Like, I could put the pillar in here, but there's just no real reason to put the pillars in until I'm done. And so when I'm done, I will put the pillars in. But yeah, this is, unfortunately, you can't see any lighting. We're too far away for the lighting of the city to render. But we can see kind of the buildings at least. And these, by the way, these are the four that I'm working on right now. That's why they're taking months. They're taking forever. Because they're massive. But, and I do need to get back to that. We'll fly over there soon. But yeah, the trains leave here. They go up the spiral, and then they get dropped off. They drop off the raw materials into the city. Make it look like it's ripped some earth up and it's floating. Maybe. I don't know if I can make. There's really only technological looking construction pieces. I think they're gonna probably end up being pillars, either round ones or square ones. Probably round ones, I think would make sense. I don't know, I haven't decided. To go with the spiral, or maybe we do square ones to, so that less things around. I don't know, I haven't decided. But yeah, that's, this is the top floor. By the way, here lies the remains of Clifford. The last words Clifford heard were, "That's not that far down." He was about here when a tilted wall got deleted out from under him, and his short little legs, they just couldn't take it. And so that is his memorial. The Clifford's replacement is somewhere. He likes to play in traffic. I don't know where Clifford's replacement is. I hope Clifford's replacement is alive. He's somewhere. I don't know where he is. He'll be okay. Maybe. But here's a logistical floor. Yeah, poor Clifford. And then this is where all the raw materials come in. I do have some little quickie factories because I needed more production, but of a couple items, right? But yeah, here's our raw materials coming in. Then they come up and get sorted into where they need to go, into these trains, and then these trains take those items to the city. So there you go. I don't know where Clifford 2 is. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Can you rotate the entire editor, the city in the editor, so that the Tyrell's not behind Arasaka when it's built? It will eclipse everything. You can't build the city from the pyramid, neither the pyramid for the city. You can't see. No. I think Arasaka works. I'm gonna have Arasaka face Arasaka Tower, which is gonna be in the from Cyberpunk, is gonna face the tower. The pyramid. I don't think it's going to be as big as you think it's going to be. I think it's going to be shorter than the 4 towers there. I think it's the perfect rotation, actually. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite as big as you think it's going to be. Maybe we'll have to see, but I'm probably not going to rotate the city. All right, let's head back. I want to get a few more things done tonight in the towers that we're working on. But this gives everybody a little bit of a context for what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what the hell is going on. All right, and we're back to work. Hats off for such an awesome build. Thanks for the tour. You're welcome. All right, and then we are working on labeling and connecting. So let's get this one put in and labeled. Circuit boards coming down, right? Yep. Old Man Truck, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Okay, and then what is this? Plastic. That's plastic. They're both plastic. Ooh. Well, if they're both plastic, then why don't I just do something like this? that's why. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. I don't really want to like feed it in the bottom twice. Why am I even doing this? Is this even plastic? What's happening here? Because if this is plastic, why don't I just feed the end up? It's definitely plastic because this is the quick wire. And that's definitely plastic. So yeah, we're dying here. This is very silly. We don't need to do this. Let's change. Done. Now we only have to feed up this one single one for plastic, and this entire line gets deleted. Now the only possible problem with this, I think it's going to be fine, is that if these need too much plastic. No, 12.5, it can't overload this line at 780. I must go. I will be back. I want to be here when you fire it all up. Well, check in Friday and Saturday night. I have a lot of work to do still, so it probably won't be this week. It may not even be next week. So, but keep checking in, and I will also, if you want to come to my Discord, I will also be tagging everybody in the Discord when I know the date that we'll turn it on. So if you want to join the Discord, you will get a tag at least a couple of days in advance when I'm going to turn it on. Okay, so this is now our plastic. And we don't need you anymore, sir. Okay, those are labeled. Those are labeled. Now we have to label this because we didn't for some stupid reason. Okay, this is Caterium ore. We have that in spades. And then I have to do the stators. And that's the stator output. Halo, which power you use for all buildings? Rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is the main. Power supply for my city. Yeah, do exclamation Discord. Yeah, you bought the game on PS5. Yep. Yeah, it just came out. So, welcome to Satisfactory, man. I'm in the end game part of this, game. I'm near the end, and I'm also building a lot of crazy stuff. So don't think that what I'm doing is what you would need to do for your building. Your power when you start, you're going to be using like leaves, okay? And then you're going to go to bundles of leaves, and then you're going to go to hay bales, and then you're going to go to coal, okay, and then fuel, and then turbo fuel, and then finally eventually rocket fuel. Any advice? I'll give you the advice I give everybody when they start. Don't be afraid to delete your factories, okay? There's no penalty for deleting something that you've built. If you build something and you don't like how it looks, delete it and build it again. This game is enjoyable when you build what you like to look at. If you don't like looking at something that you've built, delete it. There's no rush. Nobody's coming to get you. There's no time limit. I've spent 1,000 hours doing something. You should be able to beat the game in between 100 and 200 hours. I'm spending 1,000 hours. Okay. There's no time limit. Take your time, and don't be afraid to delete things. Don't be afraid to start over. You may get to the point, what's going to happen is that you're going to learn this game slowly, and then you're going to build a factory, and you're going to learn so much while you build that factory that you're going to go back and you're going to be like, now if I could build this factory again, I would build it so much better. And a lot of people, it really bothers them, and then they just start over. If you feel like starting over is what you need to do, then I would say do it. Do whatever you want to in this game. Don't let anybody else tell you how to play, including me. How do I fly? I have a hover pack that you don't unlock until a lot later. But yeah, I'm using a hover pack that's unlocked much, much later than you will have in the game. But yeah, just build, learn, take your time. It's not a race. I don't like this. So that's my major advice. You can watch other YouTubers and content creators. Obviously, watch me the most, but use them for inspiration. But don't, dang it. Don't judge yourself based on what other people make in this game. Make what's fun for you, and do it your way. I don't need to play. I'd watch here and delete my builds. I get a lot of people that watch what I do and then they get discouraged with what they're doing. And so I talk about that a lot, and I don't want that to happen. I just want it to inspire, but not discourage. What tier is the hover pack? I actually don't know off the top of my head. You're going to get the rocket pack first, which also flies, but, well, you'll find out. Tier 7 is the hover pack. They're useful in different ways. A speedrunner would highly object. Well, sure, he can play the way he wants. And if you're good enough to do a speedrunner, then you don't need advice from me. That's for sure. Okay. think we put the stators underneath all of this. You've got to do the plastic. Do the plastic there. The heavy modular frames here. It doesn't quite fit. It's so irritating. You know, if I moved this out, one, we could fit another one in there. I think I'm gonna have to do that. I gotta move all these. Let's see, 1, 2, 1, 2 should be right there. Okay. All right, that's another problem. This is set at the wrong height. It's throwing me off. All right, have a good one, Old Man Truck. I appreciate you hanging out, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Okay, now we are cooking. Oh, curve doesn't work. Go. Nice. That is significantly better. Oh. This guy has to go like that. I mean, we could drop him down, but it's just lame. We should really move this one out too to match. Hey Heath, how's it going? Man, we need plastic all the way over there. Okay, so let's do the plastic in the stator on the 3rd level. All right, we'll do this on the next level. 1, 2. 1, 2. Probably done with this level. I don't think we can fit anything else here. We'll make this one the close one. quite, huh? Come on. Not like that curve. You just got your cadet uniform. Keith, you'll have to give me some more context for that. You're behind again in this guy? Yeah, I don't know why that happens. Okay, so this one's done. Let's connect the circuit boards. They're both connected. The quick wire is good there as well. Also the quick wire cable. The cable to the automated wiring is good. And the automated wiring, well, okay, let's do this. Ooh, actually, can use this. Automated wiring is here. Nice. Okay, this automated wiring is checked off. Oh, we have to send some circuit boards too. Okay, I forgot. All right, we have circuit boards that need filling right there. These guys. 1, 2. Distance here, we divide by 3. Army uniform. Okay, cool. Can't divide by 3. Okay. These circuit boards are now green. We're connected. Gotta do those stators next. And heavy modular frames too. Oh my gosh, where's those? I forgot. Right here. All right, I'm gonna do something silly. You guys ready? Doesn't have to be like that. Autosave, you kill me. Okay. All right. Heath, you're Australia, right? Where's those heavy modular frames going? These ones right here. Boom. And boom. Okay, by the way, these computers are good. the cable is good because that's inside of another blueprint. Okay. Gotta do the stators. Stators in the plastic. Stators inside, plastic outside. And we'll go lower level. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Plastic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for the follow. Here's the level we're working on now. Stator. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plastic. 1, 2, 3, 4. And stators here. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we should have most of our scaffolding in that we need. So, and then here's the plastic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, who's on the inside and who's on the outside? We're gonna have to cross the streams at some point. You also have to move rubber. All right, what if I put plastic on the outside and then rubber on the inside? I mean, buy your dinner first. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do rubber on the inside. Then we'll do Stators have to go even lower. Hopefully there's no giant Stay Puft monsters in your city. If there was a Halloween event, I would absolutely do Ghostbusters. I just watched that actually for Halloween. Okay. Let's do rubber drop off let's assume that's gonna be here. Let's knock out the rubber. So you need more rubbers. Okay, nice and lined up. Nice and lined up. And the rubber splits. Okay, I think rubber's done. Let's move you in. Hey, Corthol. I was wondering where you were. It's good to see you. You were missed. Plastic. Where's the plastic truck? Plastic truck is going to be here. Is 16. Okay, good enough for now. How are you doing? Good to be seen? Good. Oh, you dirty dog. Any other plastic needed? Just this one and that one. Okay, and then this one. Nice. How far would you estimate is the completion of the storyline for Satisfactory? Well, I don't know for sure, because, you know, we're about to finish phase 4. But if we had to break the storyline into 5 equal parts, each being a phase, well, then I'm about 80% of the way done, right? Because I'm about to finish phase 4. That's probably how I would break it out, but it's probably not quite as linear as that. Maybe there's more story in the last 20%. I'm not sure, but that's kind of how I'm thinking. This really should probably be here. Which means that this needs to be there. Sorry, being cryptic. Yeah, can't help you on that. Spoilers. Yeah, no worries. We'll get there. We will get there. Phase 4 is coming, and you know, I'm making good progress lately, and things are, you know. We'll get there when we get there. So no worries. Okay. Staters. Staters, how I hate you, staters. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Actually, I have to go down to a 6th level of hell. Okay. Need a splitter here. Yeah, don't hurry it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know me. I'm taking my time. But we are getting there, which is great. Maybe like this. Belt is too long. Okay. All right, we want to tuck this one under this one. Okay. I think just like that, we're done. We can clean this up. Where's the connection? Can you remove that? Plastic. Oh, shoot. It kind of had to be there, didn't it? Unless I do curvature out the That's good. Okay, now I can move this one out. I'm trying to get these. Kind of lined up, you know? Bring these in. Man, I keep messing with it, but I want it to look good. You only regret not having enough time to play Timberborn? What are you playing lately? You're 7 Days to Die? Never set this, by the way. Okay, I think that's better. Crafting support for Zenthi. Ashes. Okay, nice. Yeah, I've been popping on for PvP stuff, but not much else. I've been really focusing on the channel here, you know? There's just not a lot. I did a siege. I don't know if you saw that on my channel. I was able to do, play in the siege and record it, and that turned out really well, actually. So pretty happy with that. This is just a bit too much. But Friday is going to be a big day. You know, we're going to get some input, some info on, what's happening. Harbingers and all that stuff. So I think it'll be good, and we'll be able to make a plan. I think personally, we're gonna get a fresh start server for Harbingers. And honestly, it's why I've pulled back a little bit. I could be wrong. And I've been sort of playing a little bit here and there, but I really think we're going to get a fresh start for Harbingers and for the Summoner. In which case, I don't want to dump a ton of time in when we're going to reset, basically. But maybe I'm wrong. So that's the risk, Set that wrong. There we go, that should work. Cleaning it up. Played super hot. I don't. Yeah, I think a fresh start in, I think they're gonna delay Harbinger. So here's what I think. And and I could be wrong, right? Obviously. Let's save this. So let's do old timeline, okay? Let's do old. All right, we were supposed to start like early August, right? Right, for phase 3. And then we were gonna get Summoner. This is Ashes of Creation, by the way, you guys. Summoner and Harbinger in November. Let's put that here. And then maybe a fresh start in like February. All right, and then this represents phase 3. But didn't happen. Here's what I think's happening. This got delayed to September, basically. Phase 3 start. I think they're going to move this to December. I don't think we're gonna get I don't think we're ready for Harbingers yet. Maybe even January. And this is phase 3 now. And then they're gonna move up the fresh start to coincide with. So basically, the Summoner and the Harbingers and the Fresh Starter can converge so that, because they know people are going to restart for Summoner anyway. And they know that Phase 3 had the major... now, you and I are going to disagree on something. But we can agree. Let's talk about what we can agree on first. We both agree that the dot bug caused overinflation of high value materials, which broke the economy. We can agree that the static harvesting nodes caused overinflation of high value materials, which broke the economy. We can agree that the high food buffs caused overinflation of good gear, which broke the economy. Now, we can all agree on those. Those 3 things are going to be fixed. No, you didn't mean to start an AOC discussion. You're bad. You're fine. I choose what I want to talk about. I want to talk about this. Okay, so those are all things that will be fixed. Things that this P3 economy is already broken. And those 3 things were major. The dot bug with the gathering, the static nodes with the gathering, and the food that made crafting really, really good gear really, really cheap. Okay? Relatively speaking. All 3 things are going to be fixed in a couple of weeks. Okay? And they've had a chance to fix all the bugs with the crafting. Not all the bugs, but a lot of the bugs, right? The benches aren't working, and there was so many crafting recipes that were broken, right? And all of that stuff, okay? What else broke? The drops. The drops were too high for a little while. The drops were 0, and then they were too high, and then they are back to 0. Where should they be? Probably about here. Okay? They're not brought up yet to there, but I hope we get that in the next couple of weeks. Okay, that's 4 major fixes that caused a broke economy. Now, the part that you and I will probably disagree on, and that's okay, because we can disagree here, is that I believe that I don't think that the materials needed to craft items are too high. I know that you think they're too high, and that's okay. You're welcome to believe that. I don't think so. I think part of the reason that a lot of people that played phases 1 and 2 think that the required items to make good gear is too high is because you're used to how difficult it was to get those items, and it's a lot easier to get those items now. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't be balanced. Okay, can we do some adjustments? Yes. But I don't think necessarily they're too high. And the reason is because people got legendaries so fast. I don't think you should be getting endgame legendaries within 2 weeks, personally. Now, there's some subtleties to this argument about we're not really in endgame, we're only at level 25 and not level 50, blah, blah, blah. I'm fine with all that. We could quibble about some of these details. Either way, they have had 4 months to balance the new crafting system. But let me ask you this, can you really balance the new crafting system correctly when all 4 of those game-breaking, economy-breaking bugs were in the game? I don't think so. I think we need a new economy with those 4 big things broken. Okay, because phase 3, the economy is broken. Everybody knows it. They know it. Either way, we can't. Maybe you're right. Maybe the items are too high. Okay, and maybe the only reason people crafted them early is because of the game-breaking item, the economy-breaking bugs. Sorry, I know we're playing Satisfactory, but I'm chatting a little bit about AOC here. Maybe you're right. I'm willing to concede that perhaps you're right. And the only reason that they pumped out legendary gear so fast is because of the dot bug and the static rarity and the food. Okay? Well, it wasn't the food. The food didn't come in later, but the food made it worse. Okay? Either way, we have to test those items, the level of copper. I'm telling you right now, it didn't take me that long to gather copper. I got heroic heroic items in 4 days of heroic sunfires in 4 days, 5 days. I think that's totally fine. I gathered for 4 or 5 days and I got 3 heroic weapons. That's cake. That's not a big deal. I've played MMOs that takes months and months, 6 months to get good gear. Now, heroic sunfire is not good gear, but 3 or 4 days, 5 days, less than a week for 3 weapons, I don't think is too much. Now, maybe I'm wrong and it is too much, but we won't know. We can't test it because of those other things that I said. This economy is broken. No matter what, the economy is broken. And the only way to test if the current crafting system is balanced correctly is a fresh start. We need a new economy without the broken things. And then we can tell, without the dot bug, it's going to take you 3 weeks to make 3 heroic sunfires. And then maybe I say, okay, well, maybe that is a little bit too much. Does that make sense? But we don't know that because when we tested the current crafting system, it was under the broken economy. So we need a new economy to test it correctly. That means fresh start. So we move this up, plus it coincides with Summoner and Harbinger. And I think we get I think they delay. Oh, and by the way, the boats too. All of this gets delayed, and then we get a fresh start coinciding with all of that. That's what I think. You can't test it with the current, the new system. It needs testing with the current costs. I'm playing now because the game is broken, but for a new system, it needs testing with the current costs. Yes, it needs testing with a new economy that isn't broken with the current costs. I think we can agree on that. And so we need a fresh start. We need a blue economy because the orange economy is broken. So I think we're gonna get a fresh start soon. I think also there's some other things that happened, right? Let's X out of all this stuff. Amazon fired the entire New World team. Well, that New World team is an hour's drive away from here. Let's look. Let's look how far it is. It was Irvine, I think. AGS Studios, Irvine. Oh, you can't do it anymore? You suck. I can't back out anymore. Is there a color select? Is there a dropper? Uh-oh. There we go. So we're gonna get back to Satisfactory in a second. I just needed to talk about this. AGS Studios in Irvine. Address. Okay. I'm gonna pull up Google Maps. I don't want any personal information to pop up here. It absolutely did. Stupid Google Maps. I knew it was going to. All right. Directions. Now, where is Intrepid Studios address? It's 1 hour. The distance between all the devs that just lost their job because of New World and one of the only other large MMOs in development is an hour away. And you'll notice that 3 days after New World fired, Amazon fired everybody making New World, a bunch of the positions got removed. The open positions are now no longer there for Intrepid. And Steven posted the day of talking about how sad it was that Amazon fired everybody. So he knew the day it happened, and I guarantee you he got on the phone and started making phone calls. So now it's going to take time to get everybody spun up, right? But we're going to get some economy help there. So yeah, I personally, because I've made those weapons, Korathal, those weapons were not that hard to make. The numbers are big, they're scary, they seem bad. But when you actually go out and you actually try to gather them and you use the calculator to, jumble up the numbers, it really it really wasn't as scary as it seemed. It went together actually really fast. I got, but that's just my personal opinion. I am for a little bit more grindy game, a little bit more grindy MMO than maybe you are. And so we may have different opinions on that, and that's okay. But either way, we can't test it. We don't know for sure until we get rid of all the extra BS. With the broken economy stuff. Thank you for the $50 super chat, Gorthal. Amazing. I appreciate it. Big time, big time. Okay, how are we doing? I think I moved everything that I wanted to move. I think I actually feel really good about all this stuff. Are we fully connected here? I like how all of this is looking. Now we have a bunch of, the only thing I don't like, and I'll tell you, I just noticed it, and that's when I made those unsatisfied sounds, is that we have, this needs to go to a truck station, and this needs to go to a truck station. And I don't like how they're in the same quadrant. I would prefer if we had a truck station there. Yeah, JM Tools now. Yeah, I did. So I did the, I got the fishing rod together in a day. I did. Now I bought some of it, but it really wasn't that expensive. Now, again, maybe if the economy isn't broken, maybe it's way more expensive and then it's too much, right? And that's that thing that we won't know unless we test it with a better economy. Let's see, this truck station. There's one there. There's one here. I really want one here. I should have thought of this before. And it really should be this plastic. No, this rubber. Plastic's over there. It should be this rubber. Where does this rubber go? Can we move it? So yeah, my fishing rod came together very fast. Now the really good, there's a cheap mining and lumberjack version, and then there's a more expensive one. I think the cheap one isn't too bad. The expensive one that has the really good stats, pretty expensive. Too expensive? Maybe. But like I said, that is not, rubber is here. Yeah, we have to change this. We have to change it. It's too important to change here. We're gonna not change. We're gonna change this. I'm gonna delete. We have to reverse these. But either way, it's all good. That's a minor quibble, to be honest with you. Does it take you 5 days to gather something or 7 days, right? And that'll be adjusted. The rest of this, I think, is pretty close to the other stuff. I think is, probably in the long run more important. Making sure that the crafting system works in general, regardless of how intense it might be. And it is expensive. Like, it is. Like, for sure it's expensive. Does that need to be adjusted? Probably early game. And that transferred over really fast. But you have to also remember too that crafting is one of the only gold sinks in the game. And so we really do have to sink away a lot of gold. Otherwise we're gonna get inflation. It's either that or repair costs. But that stuff's will happen in balance, and we'll figure that out. The biggest thing is not having a broken economy so we can actually test it. This is much better. I'm much happier with this. We have 3 truck stations. They're nice and spread out. Let's do what I did over there, which was something like this. These are 32 across. Where's middle? Middle is here. Let's actually just keep it up here. Keep it tall. Actually, we can't. We can't. One, two. Save. All right. Let's clean up a lot of this scaffolding. A lot of it isn't needed anymore. Cleanup time. All right, we want to make sure everybody has a connection that isn't a raw material. So raw material is fine, it's going to connect down, but everybody else is connected. We also have to do a bunch of checking off on the list. Okay, these are all raw materials, all of them. 2 coals. What is this, rubber? Oops, I forgot a rubber. You are a rubber. Where's my rubber? Should just be able to feed right in. I just changed the rubber. Perfect. I thought he was a raw material. He isn't. But you are, and you are, and you're coal, and you're coal, and you're iron ore, and you're copper ore. Everything else is good. We're making sure of it. You have to, yeah, with the main drivers when the wipe will happen. Well, I think we're going to get a fresh start before a wipe. I know that's a distinction that may not matter because I think Axiom will probably jump to a new fresh start. So even though it won't technically be a wipe, it will essentially be a wipe if we all abandon our old characters and go to the fresh start. But yes, I agree with you. When do we abandon our characters? Whether for whatever, however you want to call it. How close are we to starting this thing? Okay, so I had some other comments about that. So we're doing Satisfactory all week because of the console release. I kind of want to do a Satisfactory week. And this is the first day of a 4-day stream marathon for Satisfactory. And we got a lot done today. There is, as you know, lots more to do. But I did get the question, when are we going to turn this on? What I'm thinking is there's a lot of people that have watched this happen in various forms, and a lot of people are going to want to watch me turn it on. I was thinking of, I don't know when that is exactly, but when I do, I was thinking of tagging the Discord and also doing a community post on YouTube to let everybody know the day that we're going to be turning it on. All right. And so we have to do, I mean, a lot of this is hooked in. All of purple is hooked in, and they're hooked together. That's what this is. These are all hookups going to the other tower. Okay, this is very, very good. We got a lot done today. Yeah, I think the only thing that's left here is raw materials. That's a stator. It's in. Yeah, this is looking really good. Now, what do we still have to do? We have to do all the hookups for the teal towers and our particle accelerators. All of the copper powder, all of the particle accelerator. What are they called? Pressure conversion cubes and the nuclear pasta, dealing with all that stuff, right? So we have to do that. We do. And that's, we'll start that tomorrow. I probably won't get that all done in one day. Let's say and then Friday I want to do that, the first half of the stream, I want to do the fix my factory thing. So let's say we finish that by the second half of the stream on Friday. That means Saturday, the big Satisfactory day, we start setting up the inputs. But we have a lot of work to do. We have to go out into the map and find all the raw materials. We're going to have to run new train lines. We got to set it up in the pyramid, and then we got to set up all of the train lines down here for all 4 buildings. It's a lot of copper. It's a lot of train lines. We can't finish that all on Saturday. There's no way, right? And so my guess is, if I was guessing, the 23rd of Thanksgiving, the weekend of Thanksgiving. Wait, is that the 23rd? It's Thanksgiving. Is Thanksgiving the 27th? Yeah. So either the 23rd or the 30th in November. I think we'll turn it on in November. 23rd, 22nd, 29th, something like that. And when I know, I will spam everybody. Okay? Because I know a lot of people don't want to miss it. But today was huge. All right, let's do some checking off. Okay? We got the ACUs in fully. Now it's not just a yellow, it's a green check. Okay, that's good. All of the things feeding into that is good. Yes, heavy modular. Yeah, everything feeding out. I mean, let's look for things that aren't checked. Now, obviously not the red circles. We have to do those. We're going to start those tomorrow. Okay. I think all the rubber is in. That's a lot of check marks. I'm going to let those go. That's good. It's modular frames. This one I'm not 100% sure we have checked, but I'm sure that we built it. I don't know where it goes, actually. Oh, that's this one. That's checked. Sorry, I thought that was that arrow. We're good. That's checked. Steel rotors, that's checked. Oh, we got these stators in. That's checked. Stators to the automated wiring. Yes, we hooked those in. The iron plate, reinforced iron plate to, yes, these are in. Everywhere where there's a line coming out, we need a check mark. Both circuit boards are checked. And this one too. He got checked. He's up there. That one. I think we got the plastics in. I'm not going to worry about those overly. Caterium ingot. This is good. All that's built into a blueprint. 2026. I told you this month. I already answered that. This month, November. We will turn it on in November. That's part of the... Actually, I just checked it on the wrong side. What happened there. Guys, I think we're good here. Okay. It's going to take us 2 days to connect these 4 things. There's that many of them. There's a lot of janky connections for that. But we'll get it. We'll get it. Yeah. How about a belt close-up? What's happening? Trying to get to where I can see her. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, let's force perspective that. Okay, a little bit too much. I want to get the other belts in there. All right. Guys, we got a ton done. All of these hookups. We fixed some major problems. I found some issues here. And this was a bonus Satisfactory evening. We should be playing this again tomorrow night. So same time, it's 6 hours exactly right now. It's time for me to go. So it's 3 a.m. my time, 9 p.m. my time tomorrow night. So 18 hours from now, I will be kicking it back up. If you don't know when that is in your time, you can check out my Discord. I've got a scheduler there. Twitch, 2 things. YouTube, 28 likes with 55 viewers. If you could take a second and just like the VOD, I would appreciate it. If you're still watching, if you're still awake. If not, no worries. Maybe next time. And then Twitch, we're going to raid somebody. I think we're gonna head up Spongelet. He gave us a big raid recently, and we're gonna hit him up. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. We will continue hooking up these factories and these logistics. All right, and we're gonna keep on keeping on. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow night. Thanks for watching.